Okay. Good morning, guys. Good morning. All right. Sweet. All right. How was your fourth? This is all right. Honestly, I got a lot of shit going on at home right now, so I try to lay low. Dude, I need Marvel Rivals now, man. I need Marvel Rivals right now. I need Marvel Rivals immediately. I recorded my first draft of the Power Creep video, and it's really clear that I need to script it. People on TikTok think the clip you posted yesterday is your fault. Well, the people on TikTok are also dog shit.
Mada mada.
And actually, like, believe it or not, most people I saw were like, yeah, okay, that's fucking stupid. The only people who didn't were people who were like, you're 1v1ing a Roadhog. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucking nanoed and damage boosted. How is that a 1v1? Like, what are we talking about here?
You can't escape death. The delta M of a given raid.
We're gonna react to Fredo's video. I meant to start the stream by reacting to it. Fuck. We'll react after. Do you guys want me to react to the video or play the game?
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
What's up?
Omen comes.
Evidence suggests a sniper ahead.
Awesome Maga, bro.
The shadows coalesce.
Hello.
The objective is now.
Oh, my fault. That guy's definitely not paying for an insane therapy bill playing Widowmaker. That's fair. I really like how Widowmaker keeps her one shot, but all the I love how the hero with the most suppressive one shot keeps it. But the heroes that don't have the oppressive one shot lose it. Dude, there's no way my fucking Pharah came on my angle there, bro. I had that guy dead to rights.
Enemy sighted.
One. Alright, Blizzard, I get it! I can't play the heroes I want in your fucking shit game! I'm actually about to alt F4. It's just so bad. I've played fucking a minute and a half, and there's a hero that can one-shot across the map, but my heroes lose his one-shot. The projectile heroes lose their one-shot, but no, Widow, totally fine. Dude, this fucking dev team needs to go. I'm sorry. It's so fucking, like, oh my god. Marvel, please. I cannot wait for Marvel Rivals. I cannot wait, dude.
And I'm gotta go.
And my fault. I missed two bullets, and the Kiriko gets to jump across the map without line of sight. Did she actually have line of sight here? No, she didn't. Awesome. Another awesome fix from Blizzard. Like, hey, Aaron, why don't you just shoot me in the head, man, actually? I think that's probably fucking good. Just, I can't. I'm sorry, guys. This game is just not the game I fell in love with. I cannot wait for Marvel Rivals to come out. My fault.
Care to join me?
Oh, the Kiri's just gonna hard block him now.
I see an enemy. Assistance requested.
Catch you later.
Burning brighter than a supernova.
So much fun, bro.
That melody.
Have to fucking dive a hero that has an advantage against me crossing the map every single fight because there's no off tank in the fucking game.
It's the after
Gotta go.
Like, remember when the hero that could jump that guy? You guys remember when the hero that could jump that guy was a tank, and now it has to be me as a squishy every fight because these dumb fucks removed a tank from the fucking game instead of fixing the game? Like I'm at an enormous disadvantage against Widowmaker every fight because I have to cross the map against her one-shot range.
Tengo que irme.
And she doesn't. She can kill me the entire time I cross. And Wormy's counter-swap twice. Oh, shit, she's here.
La oscuridad te espera.
I'm just tilted. I'm just tilted. I can't. Alright, get me off this map. We're reacting. I'm not playing this game. I'm not doing it. Win or loss, this shit is garbage.
Later.
You know what? Actually, what am I doing? Hold on.
outnumber us.
I should have just picked Widow myself.
I aim to devastate.
Debs won't do it. I want Aaron Keller to sit down and explain to me why Widowmaker with the most oppressive one-shot in the game, that's the easiest in the game, the most consistent in the game, keeps hers and every other hero loses theirs.
2-1.
Insane. I've never seen such incredible incompetence from a fucking dev team in my life. I cannot wait for this game to die. I cannot fucking wait. Marvel will kill this game. No joke.
You'll regret it.
Imitate me.
Ilios is fine. It's the fucking heroes, dude.
That's not bad, actually.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I don't think Fredo said Widow's a healthy hero. I don't think he said
Capture
that.
the objective.
Beware the shadows.
Marvel is out the 23rd. Oh wow, this guy's off Widow and he's instantly half the player he was before, huh?
I'm on the objective. Over here.
They can't even fucking blink around the map. Yo, where's my? Oh, I'm glad my Kiri's on high ground. I'm glad my Kiri is dueling a Pharah on high ground. That's awesome. That's so good, dude. Fucking brilliant. That's so good, man.
Duplicating Farah.
I did the smartest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life right there.
My feelings of
I love that. This game is so bad. Holy shit, we're not playing, guys. I'm sorry. I'd rather fucking shoot myself in the dick than play this game. I'm sorry, guys. We're reacting today. I'm not doing it. I've had it. I've just had it up to here with Overwatch. It's just not a good game anymore. Rivals Beta is this month. We're gonna be playing that game. Where power creep's not absurd. There are insane passives everywhere. Half the heroes aren't fucking pickable every season because they can't balance the fucking game.
For no one.
Awesome. Pharah somehow doesn't get nerfed, which is incredible. Nah, the game's just dog shit, and the game's just fucking ruined, bro. That is what it is. The game. This is not an award-winning game anymore. This is just this is what happens when you have developers from fucking 2004 trying to make an FPS game. It's just you just lose. I can get behind point.
Over here. They're taking the point. Push them off.
Bad one. Enemy here. Somebody call.
Epic. Are we gonna die?
Duplicating Kiriko.
They're actually bad.
Gotta go.
I'd be going a goose chase because they just gave this hero. Farrah's not getting picked. Let's just give her so much mobility, bro. I think that's the answer.
Mine now.
I don't think Farrah has enough movement abilities to get out of jail free cards. Like they give every hero a get out of jail free card. It takes all the depth out of the game. I need to talk about that in my power creep video too. Jesus Christ. There's so much to fucking talk about. Fuck you, man. I want to enjoy my day, guys. And it's just not gonna happen when you're playing Overwatch.
La oscuridad te espera.
No!
Just the peak power.
Oh, I got him. We're good.
Round 2.
La oscuridad te espera.
Caught you staring.
We're gonna react to videos. Playing this game is just not the answer. It's just like I don't know, bro. It must be nice getting paid to be fucking dog
Systems
shit. I
calibrated
would
for
love that.
maximum cooperative
Like no matter what you fucking do to this game, it doesn't matter.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you
Current
safe.
Infist videos have a 525 health, but now he has less than 400. What? What are you talking about? Doom does not have less than 400 health.
2.
An open queue maybe, but the open queue health pools are all different, bro.
Capture the objective.
Engaging enemy combatants.
Hey,
Systems hacked. Somebody call.
Green pass?
Got an enemy here.
Shit, he should have to land in like 6 seconds. I want to kill him when
Bad
he
one.
does.
Enemy here. Ya volví. Sorry, but you did it. Enemy spotted.
We cap,
System
so.
compromised. Feeling much better. Gracias. Enemy here.
We touch. Yeah, alright.
Awesome. Now, hold on. Much better.
Got no value.
Take caution.
We're playing Hog on well, got no value. It's lucky.
Gotta go.
like a gentle rain.
I see a hostile. Got an enemy here. System tag.
Echo and I are on the same angle.
Enemy's lost.
Duplicating total.
La oscuridad te espera.
We had to win that fight or we lose the game. We still have whole hog. If I didn't ult that, we just lose. They have barrage. Like if they use beat and Kitsune, I can EMP chat. If they only use one, I hold. But if we're all ult dumping and then he goes Malga, holy shit. Okay, Anna.
Hello.
Systems hacked. Got an enemy here. Gotta go over here.
bro. I mean, come on, man.
Catch you later.
Come on, I guess.
Mucho mejor.
¿Qué tal?
Help me, Maga. Holy shit, I carried.
Just what the doctor ordered. You're mine now.
Got me in P again. Holy fuck.
Over here.
Gas here?
Got an enemy here. ¿Qué onda? Tengo que irme.
Okay, I'm gonna EMP. We can EMP whole hog when they get up here. Take them in hog.
Over here. La oscuridad te espera.
Shit. Hog one.
I see a hostile.
I'm not gonna lie, the shit I do to win sometimes is incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. It actually is incredible. Give me one more.
You make great target practice.
Oh my god.
You're mine.
Oh, how many?
Duplicating wrecking ball.
I mean, wow.
Victory.
Drop that Pharah. You guys like that AMP and that Pharah? No, I'm not queuing again. I don't want to play.
Play of the game.
Let the kitsune
Surrender to my will. Duplicating totally.
EMP activated. You cannot escape.
I think we have something special at... What's up, Thunder? Look, chat, look, I'm ranked 24 and ranked 25 on Reaper. Oh my god, dude. Look at this. I want to see that. I want to see this fucking Pharah. I want to see this fucking Pharah.
Ready for battle.
I carried this shit so hard. Hold on.
Tengo que irme. La oscuridad te espera.
Bum. I thought I was too late. I was so nervous that I was too late. Who did I get? I got Cass. Okay, I only got 2, but that was so worth it. Oh my god, that was so fucking worth it. Holy shit. Guaranteed kill, I'll take that any day. I was almost late, chat. I recognize that I could do it a little too late.
La oscuridad te espera.
No, I got Lucio too. Oh, we killed 2 with that EMP. Oh my god. Bum.
La oscuridad te espera.
Yeah, stick to Widow, buddy.
وريهم قوتك.
Then my hog dies. My hog still dies, which is tragic. I killed their hog.
Receive my aid.
Yeah, that's how it's done. Okay. I can't play this fucking game. I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get some water real quick and then we're gonna react to Fredo's video, because that's the only fun thing you can do in Overwatch, dude. Is fucking react to videos talking about the game instead of playing it. All right, boys. Let's lock in and let's we're gonna watch Fredo's video.
Why did no one tell Kentucky drivers about this new rule?
If you are currently insured, drive like
or less.
All right. I don't know what that was. Okay. We're going to react to this video because playing the game sucks. Jeff Kaplan wanted a single tank 6v6 debate receipts. All right, let's give it a gander.
The single tank
Oh,
enable our favorite.
no.
The single tank format has been the most controversial thing among hardcore Overwatch 2 players for the last year or two. The frontline battle works entirely.
I wouldn't even say it's hardcore players. I think casuals hate 5v5. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but like I've seen so many casual players be like, yeah, I used to like chilling and playing this game, but the abilities and everything is so strong. It's like I can't play what I want. That's anti-casual.
Different in 5v5. Counterpicking is incredibly powerful, and the gameplay flow is entirely different than the two-tank or multi-tank combos and synergies that existed in Overwatch 1. One of the most common debate points that gets brought up about multi-tank from Overwatch 1 is that it is the way the game was designed to be played. And while this feels true for many players, it actually isn't. Not only did Jeff Kaplan prefer the game being more biased towards a shooter, he said so in multiple interviews, that's easy to find, he's the one that's responsible for the 1-3-2 experiment. You see, in 2020, we didn't quite know one is that it is the way the game was designed to be played. And while this feels true for many players, it actually isn't. Not only did Jeff Kaplan prefer the game being more biased towards a shooter, he said so in
Fredo, just because Jeff Kaplan preferred it a certain way doesn't mean that a lot of tanks were not designed to be solo tanks. Like again, just because people wanted something, most heroes in this game, like this game was designed around the idea of 6v6. Does that make or break every hero? No, but the reality is, like, a lot of these heroes, like, were not designed to be solo tanks, and it really fucking shows. It really fucking shows. I think, well, I would say the game flows better, and the game was more of a shooter when everything had less health. Though this kind of, I'm gonna get to a lot of these points later. I'm gonna get to because again, this is a 5v5 caused a ton of power creep, but ultimately, like, what I have to talk a lot about what a format is meant to be, and I'm sure we're gonna get to it in this video. I'm not gonna do this at the intro.
Multiple interviews, that's easy to find. He's the one that's responsible for the 1-3-2 experiment. You see, in 2020, we didn't quite know that we were heading down a drought as the team entirely transitioned towards Overwatch 2. So a lot of players seem to write off the 1-3-2 experiment as some wacky idea, but it was laying the groundwork, I think, pretty obviously for what the team would eventually do to solve queue time issues going into the sequel with 5v5. It's quite interesting to go back and look at both Jeff's comments as well as the community perception around the 1-3-2 experiment, because a lot of similar pain points as well as benefits were present even then. In that experiment, they tried one Giga tank and reworked some of the tanks to try to fit in that role. Zari had a team-wide barrier, for example. In that version, tanks were certainly more tanky than they are in 5v5, perhaps a subject for more interesting debate down that lane, but had 3 DPS, making for an incredible amount of damage threats. Whereas in 2-2-2, you were used to having 2 snipers or 2 flankers that worked together. With 3 DPS, you could maybe have 2 snipers and a tracer. Jeff explains that they did this because any other orientation didn't seem to work. Just one healer was terrible. And funnily enough, he comments that that was the way Overwatch always played internally, as well as the majority of open queue for most Overwatch matches. And I want to Blizzard whisperer what Jeff means when he says that, because their philosophy on the game was much different than the competitive focused mindset that we all assume today. A language that is entirely different, that is molded by the community, which now the Overwatch 2 devs do listen to, but those old Overwatch 1 devs had an entirely different way of thinking about it. Before I go on, let's take a listen to me quoting the blog post word for word of what Jeff Kaplan said about the effects of the 1-3-2 experiment. If you're evaluating pluses and minuses, it adds to the chaos, makes the gameplay more like a traditional FPS because there's less barriers and damage mitigation going on, but also detracts a bit from the team play. Speaking of team play, one of our testers who did not like the experiment made a comment that he felt the 3-2-1 detracted from team play too much. I found this fascinating because in 2013, 2014, when they were developing Overwatch, every decision we made was to embrace and encourage or force team play at all costs. We put so much effort into putting the focus on team victory/defeat rather than individual performance, but in 2020, we feel like the overemphasis on team play, while great for hyper-competitive players in situations such as the Overwatch League, causes a lot of psychological pressure on your average player just looking to blow off steam in a video game. I guess what I'm saying is that in 2020, feeling like you can deviate from team play a little bit in Overwatch and have some success feels like a good thing, not a bad thing to me. Jeff goes on, the amount of team synergy and
except now you can't make good individual plays because you have to pick into your team comp more because of counter swapping. So how is that better? Now you're going up against Super Mauga. Like Overwatch 2 is not a good game for casuals. Counter swapping is not good for casuals. And when counter swapping is this what's not the word imperative? It's when it's this important to counter swap and it's that powerful. That is horrible for a casual audience. And that goes far beyond what a format is, right? Now, though this time it is caused by the format. So like Overwatch 1 was more of an FPS than Overwatch 2. Because targets were more killable in Overwatch 1. You had more limbs per 10 in Overwatch 1. You had less damage per limb in Overwatch 1. Abilities weren't as strong, which means you were playing less of a MOBA and more of an FPS. More of the DPS heroes had unique identities. There was more playmaking. And abilities were all weaker, aside from a couple characters that should have been changed. So I completely disagree that this game is more of an FPS game. In my opinion, it's just not.
Execution required to pull off a victory is exciting, but also a little intense. There was something nice about a bit more loose / skirmishy version of the game, but again, it's all opinions and perspective. Not everyone on my team agrees with me, and that's a good thing. The other odd thing about testing this is when we started, everyone treated it like it was one of Jeff's crazy experiments, and was a super different, challenging, and possibly stupid idea. I tried to calm people down by reminding them that most of the matches in Overwatch history since launch, up until the release of Role Queue, were actually played with one tank or less. After a few of the early playtests in December, I remember one developer giving feedback that, quote, the game felt like old school Overwatch like when we first launched. I tried to point out that the reason they felt that way is because we used to play the game this way all the time. It shouldn't be that surprising or different. Let's all remember the surprising thing back then is when we actually had 2 tanks, implying that having one was the norm. So it's been a very interesting and fun experiment. We're not really confident that it's the correct thing for the game. It solves a lot of problems, but also introduces a lot of problems, like most things in the world of game design. I am really proud of the Overwatch team for experimenting with it the past 2 months. We're really conflicted on it, so it was cool to see you bring up the idea. Now, keep in mind, guys, when I translate things Jeff said, I'm able to do this because I can piece together the way they've talked about these things for years and years of time and retroactively look at what their philosophy was as they stated it, as well as more evidence behind the scenes of why they went certain directions. I investigated this thoroughly, covering this game because it was required, because back then the devs hardly spoke to us ever and only really began taking any creator criticism on board directly once Valorant dropped. But as Riot opened their arms to listen to what creators had to say, it seems like Blizzard wanted to copy that. There's a benefit and a weakness to the way they thought of the game. You see, Jeff Kaplan himself, and I think a lot of the devs, weren't really sold on the community's interpretation of the game. In the very blog post I'm quoting here, he speaks about tank synergies almost as if he's quoting it like it's an idea the community has, but he's not necessarily on board. This is important because when we look at the history of why they took years, it felt like, to nerf the GOATS comp, they sort of believed that it was counterable before the rest of the community did, because they believed that you should develop strategies in order to counteract the game rather than have the game balance dictate what.
And that's because Team 4 accidentally made this game and never actually understood it. And with a lot of the decisions and design decisions they made even now, is really clear that that's still apparent. So again, like I think this we'll let him. I think he's just going through the Overwatch 1 design philosophy right now. I'm not sure why this is pertinent to like what's happening now. I'll let him go through it, but like here's the reality. Jeff Kaplan, great guy, great PR guy, awesome, legend in gaming. Hope he's doing well, but also he is accountable for what happened that ruined Overwatch 1. In fact, he encouraged it. The Overwatch 1 team's design philosophy was completely wrong, and the results show that. Brigitte, Sigma, Double Shield, GOATS. They never fixed any of these things properly. They just ran from it the whole time. That's because they never really saw it as their responsibility to, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. But they never understood their game. They themselves have multiple times said it was an accident, and it's really clear that it was. So I'm not really sure like what this point is going into, especially in hindsight. But we'll let them
what
go.
You play. Remember, these weren't competitive devs. That's part of what made them genius, but it also meant that they were really resistant to the community demanding that they were right about something when they
give them more health and do less damage. Do you agree?
No, hell no. The answer is to nerf stats. It's to nerf abilities. Like that, like people have to accept that that's as good as it's gonna get in 5v5. Like it is what it is. That like the answer is not to buff anything. They're already unkillable raid bosses. The answer is to make things not unkillable. When has making anything in Overwatch unkillable been an answer? Never. Not in any meta. Not in GOATS. Not in Double Shield. Never. They need to nerf everything in the game. Nerf everything in the game to create opportunity and playmaking again. And that's the reality about how good it can be in 5v5 Roll Lock. If you don't like that, then I'm sorry. That's what 5v5 has to offer. Wake up and smell the coffee. Let's go.
Wanted to disagree. It's this design consideration that opens my mind to the possibilities of what we should expect Overwatch 2 to do design-wise. What the developers were more focused on in Overwatch 1 was the individual's freedom to express themselves with their gameplay. Everything was built to maximize that. And when you use that as their philosophy, you can look back at things like Launch Brig or the Valkyrie rework, where the stats were clearly launched over-tuned, but based on their design goals in order to make support a playmaking carry role, it makes sense why they came out the way they did. And trust me,
No, it doesn't. Actually, no, it doesn't make any sense. It was horrible and it destroyed the game. No.
Intimately aware with the mistakes they made during that era of the game, but combating them for so many years, I better understood the strengths of their philosophy as well, ones that we're lacking now today. Jeff never cared about the meta, and he didn't even care about the community's expectations of what you had to play with what, or what the true competitive version of Overwatch is or should be, because for him it was in flux, from an open-minded creative point of view. His focus wasn't necessarily on shaping the competitive experience and forcing you to do anything, but just allowing things to fall where they may. And rather than rebalance the game in order to deal with any given issue, they'd rather just design more heroes to put into the game to give you more options for individual expression if you wanted to or whatever, which is why we got Brig to counteract the...
And they could have done that, but they just overtuned a lot of this stuff. It was his design philosophy, and I asked him this in a Q&A, like creator Q&A. It was to have a complicated game at first and make things easier over time. Like, Brig was a good idea and concept, but how Inspire was implemented was game-breaking. How she was able to do all these things at once was game-breaking. The lack of attention to detail or any effort whatsoever to rein these characters in a meaningful way was what destroyed it. Because it's lazy, is what it is. It's lazy. They refuse to sit down and do the actual proper work to make Brig an anti-dive character that would spice up the meta without destroying the game and making goats. Because they refuse to sit down and actually do the work and understand it. So, like, at the same time, it's like, yeah, they were loosey-goosey, but it was because they were loosey-goosey and lazy that it broke the game. They put cheat code heroes in the game. That's not good design. Like, they shouldn't be given credit for that, or we shouldn't be acting like that was a good thing. It wasn't.
Oppressive and long-term dive comp that existed for over a year. And I get really confused when we look back.
And that's because, again, all they do is power creep, which you and I both agree, Fredo, sucks. They refuse to nerf Tracer, which had 400 HP pulse bomb and all these other things. They refuse to nerf Diva because they outright said they don't like nerfing characters, even if those characters are OP. And that's why things fall where they fall doesn't work in a competitive shooter. It doesn't. It does not work. You can still keep freedom to express your skill if you don't put fundamentally broken denial heroes in the game that's whole identity is to deny value. You end up breaking the game. That's not a fun game. So I don't know. I don't think that's a good example.
With rose-tinted glasses and say a long list of excuses of why people didn't play tank. There was no version of the game where it was popular for an extended period of time. 1 month doesn't really prove that point because queue times are not ever a relation of the total player base numbers, which they need for the game to survive.
Yeah,
queue times are just the distribution of the players that are playing at that time for the given MMR that match would allow. And too often do I think all of us who talk about the game do so as if the game is only the top 1%. When Jeff talked about the game, he included everybody because those experiences are also
like,
valid.
Fredo, how are you still at the point, though, where you think that the 6v6ers are talking about the top 1%? I don't understand that. I've seen more casuals come out and say they hate 5v5 than like even pro players. And you should really stop saying rose-tinted glasses because the reality is Giga fucking Raid Boss tanks are just worse gameplay options. They're just worse. I'd rather play fucking original open queue than play against Raid Boss Hog or Raid Boss Mauga. Unironically. And even like original open queue with like fucking 4 DPS running around had more unique hero identities and skill expression than this game does. So like we keep talking about the past, but we're ignoring the problems of the present, which I think you'll probably get to. So I'll let him get to that. But like, it's not rose-tinted glasses to not want to play against Giga Stats. I've always hated playing against Giga Stats. Everybody's always hated playing against Giga Stats because they want to play a shooter game, not against Goats, not against Double Shield. Every one of those metas had the same thing in common. There was something in the game that had Giga Stats that were focused on insane sustain that denied playmaking passively. Brigitte and Goats, Bap and Brig and Double Shield, as well as Sigma. And now half the fucking 5v5 tanks in the game. Giga Stats mean nothing. Rex, can you stop being dumb for like 2 seconds, bro? I'm just gonna ban you, bro. You're just getting annoying. You're not even funny. You gotta cut the crap, bro. Anyway, all right, let's go. Silly
long-term
building.
health of the game isn't going to persist based on just a healthy top 3%. They have to add fun things for the 100% and new things to either get players to come back or
132 would still be 6 hero teams so that the tank wouldn't roll through frontline without taking a bunch of extra players needed in order to balance things even in an unbalanced game mode.
Yes. Well, I'm not even sure if I want to. I'm not even sure what you're saying with that, to be honest. Thank you for the 10, though. I'll get back to that at the end of this. But let me. Okay, like the idea, like Fredo, this is what I just don't understand how you haven't understood yet. Like, explain to me how counter swapping is better for a casual player. Explain to me how overbuffed heroes that you plays on is better for a casual player. No casual player wants to counter swap. That is probably the worst thing that you could do to a casual player. So you've limited skill expression in this format, and you've also forced people to swap more. That's not the top 3%. The top, like, everybody lost in 5v5. Everybody. I would say that 5v5 is actually worse for the casuals than it is for the pros. The pro scene's already dead. So, like, you got to stop saying rose-tinted, because this is why people are giving you shit. It's just, that's not what it is. That's just not what it is. Nobody's ever liked playing against Gigastats. 5v5 has caused more Gigastats than 6v6 did. It is what it is.
or to get new players to replace the ones that all games lose gradually over time. I think we all feel capable of contributing feedback and criticism that would help the game. But the wacky new characters that break the game are also kind of the appeal of the game. And I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement we need more of those for the game to survive and continue forward anyway. The format in Overwatch 1 always needed work. When I state some of these facts, I get a lot of pushback because the receipts are hard to find. I can't even find the physical blog post of Jeff saying this because the forums have been changed and he doesn't even work there anymore, so I don't even know if there's a way to find the legacy version of it. But he states some pretty interesting facts in that post. He said the majority of games in open queue up to that point were played with one tank or less. Meanwhile, the most competitive way to play was to play at least with 2 tanks, sometimes 3. And some comps went really crazy with 4. There's a huge disconnect there. What the math of that means, when given the choice in open queue, players would prefer to not play tank and probably lose because tanks were incredibly powerful at the time, if you knew how to play them anyway, somewhat required even to function on a lot of the maps, but they chose not to. Because as much as we could solve the game to maximize for the most balanced competitive experience, as Jeff says, players want to blow off steam in a video game, playing a role in characters they like. And I think it's fair to say the second half of that era was known for its oppressive CC, making tank less fun, but it wasn't so different before the DLC heroes were added either. So when I say things like, there's overwhelming evidence that people didn't like to play tank in Overwatch 1, that's a huge data pool to pull from. And the reason—
Okay, that's awesome, but what does that have to do with now playing against one super tank? It's not important. It has nothing to do with what's happening right now. Nothing. I want to talk about the problems now and how this gameplay is worse and it's driving people away from the tank role even more. Why did we not sit down and try to make tank more approachable? Add heroes like Doomfist and Junker Queen. Doomfist, who has a very, very, very dedicated fan base. Things like this. So listen, if it truly is the case that 6v6 rollout can't work, I'd rather play open queue than play this dog shit. Because this is so much worse. I said it. I'll stand on that. 5v5 rollout is horrible.
why we've gotten things in Overwatch 2, like tanks that have seemingly like 6 attributes. Walker can run, unstoppable slam, apply a stun. His guns work differently in close range to long range with an added multiplayer benefit. If you apply one of the cannons for 6 shots and then you go to the other, you have a shout cooldown that you can use not only just for yourself, but look at your teammates, applying resistance to them as well as lifesteal, giving you lots of decisions on who you should be giving it to when, and then your ultimate reloads your guns, letting you pop off again, and giving you decisions on who to trap inside the cage and how to block off line of sight.
Fredo, I know you're not trying to say Mauga has like a ton of skill expression. Come on, man. Come on. Please don't say that.
Effectively to create the better team fight. Back in the day in Overwatch 1, Winston put a bubble down and he jumped around. You can call this design creep or power creep, but the fact is all of these Overwatch 2 designs are in direct response to the feedback they got in Overwatch 1 that the tank characters were boring to play. Those who appreciated it, of course, loved it.
Fredo, I know you're not trying to say Mauga is more engaging than the Overwatch 1 tanks, dude. I don't even know what to say to that if that's what he's. Let me go. I want to make sure that. Let me make sure I got what he said. Let me make sure I nailed this. Hold on. I want to make sure I heard him right.
reason why we've gotten things in Overwatch 2, like tanks that have seemingly like 6 attributes. Mauga can run, unstoppable, slam, apply a stun. His guns work differently in close range to long range with an added multiplayer benefit. If you apply one of the cannons for 6 shots and then you go to the other, you have a shout cooldown that you can use not only just for yourself, but look at your teammates, applying resistance to them as well as lifesteal, give you lots of decisions on who you should be giving it to when, and then your ultimate reloads your guns, letting you pop up.
Fredo, there's not a lot of decisions about when to give Mauga shout to your team. What are you talking about, man? Because there's only one tank to shoot, and it's at its best when farming the tank. It's literally like you want to try to use it second on your team. Because they're Mauga. Like, again, you want to... The Mauga mirror is the most brain-dead mirror of any tank ever in Overwatch, ever. It's the least engaging, with the least decision-making, ever. And Winston, with his bubble, he has to strafe the bubble. He has to use it to block cooldowns. He has to see who he can get in it and time it. Like, there's so much more to Winston's fucking gameplay loop and what he has to do than Mauga. It's not even comparable. And Mauga is so much worse to play against for everybody than Winston ever was. So I can't even, I'm not even going to respond to that. That's absurd.
Off again and giving you decisions on who to trap inside the cage and how to block off line of sight effectively to create the better team fight. Back in the day in Overwatch 1,
now the
Winston
cage stuff
put a bubble
is
down
true.
and he jumped around. You can call this design creep or power creep, but the fact is all of these Overwatch 2 designs are in direct response to the feedback they got in Overwatch 1 that the tank characters were boring to play. Those who appreciated it, of course, loved it, and those that would rather have that gameplay instead of Mauga mirrors, which are terrible, I admit. In our community's try-hard competitive expertise, we're losing sight of the fact that they're trying to add new characters.
I should have let him finish. I was like, there's no way that's what he said. Okay.
With buttons that are fun to press. That is the lifeblood of the game. Play instead of Mauga mirrors, which are terrible, I admit. But in our community's try-hard competitive expertise, we're losing sight of the fact that they're trying to add new characters with buttons that are fun to press. That is the lifeblood of the game. And that's a point of emphasis I didn't really have time to explain in the Flat Earth video. Something creators really don't seem to realize is a major reason behind the switch of format is the devs admitted their inability to really generate new heroes in 6v6. They explained this the best in Orisa, a character who was intended to be an alternate version of Reinhardt. She was codenamed Ankara when they were developing her, with a design so bad she had to be reworked to Overwatch 2, with a style of play that is utterly gone entirely. There's no such thing as a tank that bunkers. The closest thing we have is Ramatra, and he's a hybrid of that.
Yes, there is. There is such a thing as a tank that bunkers. What are we talking about? Orisa was a bunker tank and was fine until they buffed her a shitload during what? When did they Giga buff Orisa? Oh, wait. During GOATS. What caused GOATS? Brig. Lazy, broken hero design that they refused to address. They refused to rein and inspire. They tried to nerf Brig 26 times and failed every single time because their hero designers were from fucking 2004 and had no idea how to make a shooter game in this era because they accidentally made this game. They did not know what they were doing. Orisa was a perfectly fine bunker tank. The bunker tanks, if you want a tank to be a bunker, you can give them the barrier, you can give them range damage and some kind of CC, but you can't have Fortify be a better brawl ability than heroes like Reinhardt and Zarya have. It's that damn simple. There absolutely were bunker tanks in the game. What are we talking? That's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. Completely wrong. Go ahead and ban Rax, by the way. Moss up. So, yes, there are bunker tanks in the game. Bunker tanks can exist. They just have to be designed to be bunker tanks and not do-it-all easy brain-dead heroes. And then what forced Orisa to be meta in the brawl was when they made it that Fortify could not take critical hit damage. The reality is Team 4, from their original iteration onward, got lucky when they made Overwatch and never knew how to maintain the game. Their vision, including Jeff Kaplan's, was wrong. It's that simple. They've never understood it. He's talking about new in Overwatch 2. You can still do that in Overwatch 2. You can still design bunker tanks. What are we talking about? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's not hard to do. Overwatch 1 Orisa could exist in this game. You can have the barrier be relatively strong and have her sustain behind the barrier be incredibly weak. That's a bunker tank. Range damage. Done. It's not hard. Is she going to be viable everywhere? No. But she's still a bunker tank. You can still do it. Again, the format in 6v6 compared to the format in 5v5, Like, ultimately doesn't change it too much of this. It's how the power creep works and how counter swapping works. Those are the two main things that are affected. You are a little bit more limited in your hero design. I agree. You do have to make characters more well-rounded, or else they'll never compete for picks. That doesn't mean you can't do it. My mic's lower than the video. You sure? How about that?
Now, they might have been an error on their part, because those that have tried the 6v6 patch in Overwatch 2 claim that the tanks play well. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I look at it and see ability spam, intense visual clutter, and yes, the recognizable gameplay flow at a high level. I'm not so sure I'm confident that it would translate for lower tier players as well as new players to Overwatch. And this is why I'm confident they should add 6v6, because I think the new players would hate it. And pretty quickly, all of the same problems that emerged the entire time during 6v6 Overwatch 1 would reemerge today, where despite what the top tier combo tanks are, you're going to get randoms that forcibly choose to play tanks that are more self-sufficient anyway. This is why all the Overwatch 2 tanks are designed to have a shotgun and their own ability that dominates their gameplay. It causes lots of problems also, but the trade-off is, do we expect our community to learn tank synergy, or should we expect them to do what they've always done? Which is, and I think a lot of people forget this, throughout the years of Overwatch, open queue and roll queue is very common to have off-tank players, but not a main tank player. Meanwhile, main tank was the most effective role. So if you really wanted to get good at the game,
No, it wasn't. What? Off tank was way better. Always. Off tank has always been way better than main tank. And also, people never play the game properly, but they at least get to play what they want. The casual, like, again, 5v5 roll lock has forced everybody, and I will acknowledge this. I think if Blizzard had not gone the route of giga buffing fucking everything in this game, 5v5 roll queue would be way more fun. It would be way more fun. And you wouldn't have to counter swap as much. To be fair to Fredo here, if they did not giga buff fucking everything in the game, making the counters stronger, it could be a very different situation for 5v5. But the reality is they chose to power creep the game more than ever before. And regardless of format, power creep is bad. Regardless of format, to be fair. Because what does a format actually do? A format is a foundation to build a healthy game. Ultimately, the Blizzard design team has to make the right decisions throughout the game's life in order to make the game healthy. The format doesn't do that. Now, 5v5 roll lock has forced a couple more problems that were not in 6v6 that weren't there. Like the counter swapping would not be nearly as much of an issue in 6v6. But again, I don't see the reality here of people trying to say that, like, oh, the casuals would hate this for this reason. Things were oppressive. No, everything had less health. Like, if you went back to 6v6 and those health pools right now, it would feel better for a casual player because they could get more limbs. They wouldn't be trying to shoot the immortal raid boss Orisa. This game was better and more of a shooter for everybody when everyone on the field was more killable. And they could, regardless of format, they could do a much better job with power creep than they have in buffing everything, regardless.
Understand the game, play the real game as the high-level competitive players would have it or see it. You need a main tank, but it wasn't as popular. And I'm fairly confident if tanking returned to the power it was, with the potential to utterly silence all damage threats if played well, which is what we're talking about when we say tank synergy was...
Fredo, tanks have an easier job of denying all fucking damage now than they ever did in Overwatch 1. Especially for low-rank casual players. It is worse for them now than it ever was in Overwatch 1. What are we talking about? It is so much easier to access massive denial now than it was in Overwatch 1. Because when the tanks were synergizing in Overwatch 1, which was only at high-level play, even when those tanks were synergizing in Overwatch 1, they were more killable than a Hog now. They were more killable than an Orisa now. They were more killable than a Mauga now. So what are you talking about? You're not, like, you're so off the ball with this. You're not even close to right. It's insane. Just look at the stats. And granted, I will give you this. I think 5v5 would be way better if they weren't buffing all the stats and everything. I would love to try a version of 5v5 like the Overwatch 2 betas that were like that. It would be way better than it is right now. But this power creep is caused by the 5v5 format because they wanted to gigabuff the tanks, which then caused them to gigabuff the supports, which then caused them to gigabuff damage with the damage passive. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about or how you could possibly make the claim that somehow, some way, denial abilities and denying kills was more oppressive in Overwatch 1 when every single tank and every character on the field was super killable. I don't see how you could possibly make that claim when D.Va has a 4-second DM and 750 health with 300 armor with the original armor values. How Hog has the breather he has now. How Mauga is a character. I just don't see it. And if you played 6v6 a single time, even at the highest levels, you would notice this. These heroes are not fucking killable in this game. The DPS heroes all have like 250 to 300 health. They should bring back 6v6 try this. I just don't see how you could ever make that claim. And casual players, many of them don't agree with that. Many of them.
Oppressive. Teamwork was oppressive in Overwatch 1. Shooter fans will not like this. While we can disagree on the direction or preferences of the gameplay, to make it seem like
teamwork in 6v6 is not nearly as oppressive as easy brain dead mitigation abilities they've had to give tanks in 5v5 now. Double Bubble had less sustain than one Mauga Cardiac Overdrive, which affects the whole team. Monkey D.Va had less sustain and more answers to it than single Roadhog Vape in comp right now. The only heroes that bypassed that, went around that, were Orisa and Sigma, who were overkitted, poorly designed characters by lazy old Team 4 who did not understand the game. This is completely wrong. And if teamwork is the most oppressive thing in 6v6 that makes things unkillable, there's very little to no teamwork in low-level play. The execution was bad. The cooldown times were bad. And that allowed for a lot of organic options to appear on the map for players. Also, you could talk about the dopamine hit of just being able to get more limbs per 10 in 6v6, which was very, very true. Ironically, I think even in the low ranks, you saw people have like 25-ish limbs per 10. Now it's like fucking like 15 to 17. So, again, you want to talk about dopamine hits and like false adrenaline. How about like constantly doing damage to tanks that can't die? I don't see it. I just don't see it at all.
Like, tank gameplay didn't dominate shooter gameplay in Overwatch 1, I think is incredibly strange, especially given evidence that Flats freely contributes on the recent Group Up podcast I was on, where Flats was describing his experience playing against hackers in Overwatch 1. He said that in Overwatch 1, he barely even noticed hackers because they'd get to a high rank just based on their hacking aim, but they didn't have good positioning skills, so him from the tank position could barely even notice their effect on the game. I was shocked at this comment and replied explosively because from my standpoint, if this isn't the evidence that tanks were oppressive in Overwatch 1, what would you need to prove that tanking destroyed FPS mechanics in Overwatch 1? Because it isn't.
Fredo, the only reason tanks were overtuned was because of supports, and like multiple pro players, and everybody has come out and said this. Everybody knows the tank comps that became too oppressive became insanely oppressive because of supports. This has been debunked a million times. Every tank heavy meta was caused by a support being broken. Every single one of them. Quite literally every single one of them. And the reason why you can feel going up against cheaters now is because the devs have fucking not nerfed Widowmaker, and all these dumb fucks do is just hard pick Widowmaker and sit at a range that you can't kill them. The game was also fucking dead. And tanks were killable if you had half a brain. Until support creep and Orisa and Sigma got put in the game. That was when stats went down. There were some oppressive tank designs, but there were more oppressive support designs than there were tanks. No one's going to sit there and say Reinhardt is oppressive. No one said that Zarya was oppressive. No one, D.Va a little bit with DM, but you can just nerf her if that's the case. And the 6v6 code proves this. Tanks are fucking killable. And frankly, tanks are more oppressive now than they have ever been. Ever. For all players. So again, like, and I want to be clear here, everybody, like, it's not one or the other. Like, these problems can exist in both formats, right? It's just, it is the trade-off, like he said, to be fair. But again, it is more fun to play against two killable tanks.
I need healing.
Zen doesn't work in 5v5. Kirko makes take game slow and boring, then Lamp. Lifeweaver pull just makes the game bad. I grinded 6v6 through all metas.
Okay, I'll get to that later. Jesus. Zen works at 5v5. You just have to buff the fuck out of him. Shit, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, it's trade-offs. Like 5v5 has made tanks more oppressive than they ever have been before, ever. The game was more interesting when the dynamic was everybody in every role could make plays on each other, and it was about how you played rather than what you picked. And I've said this for years. 6v6 lets that happen better. Now, I would love to see an iteration of 5v5 where they have not made super tanks. I would love to see that. I would love to see that, where tanks are more like DPS. I think, to be fair to you, they have not made any good decisions in terms of making 5v5 work. Because in their minds, this is the Blizzard thinking. Buff, 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 buff. But here's one thing I'd challenge. Where did the line of thinking come in that the tanks had to be super tanks for 5v5 to work? This might be a fucking flaming hot take. I would love to see them give tanks their Overwatch 1 values and revert and nerf a ton of things and see how the game plays. I would love to see that in a quick play hack. I think that's the biggest mistake they made. You don't have to giga buff these tanks. I don't think. Because I think the game is better without super oppressive heroes in it. So, I don't know. We'll let them keep talking, but some of this stuff is just not right.
Isn't that I want hackers to win? It's the question, how good does your mechanics have to be before you ever can have an impact on the game? And the truth is, well, Overwatch 1 was way more about a positioning battle. There was way more MOBA in Overwatch 1. You had to get around all of the tanking.
No,
but I
there's
also
not.
think that leads to multi...
No, I would say that counterpicking is a big part of being in a MOBA, and having really strong abilities makes the game a lot like a MOBA. Holy shit, it was pouring rain. Now there's not a cloud in the sky. That's unbelievable. I'm sorry. I would say that Overwatch 2 is more of a MOBA than Overwatch 1. You're doing way more senseless damage. What your pick matters way more. The abilities are significantly stronger. Just because the lanes are more open doesn't mean the game is more of a shooter game. What makes a game more of a shooter game is having more ways to express yourself, express your skill, and get value. 5v5 significantly diminished skill expression in this game, which is why in the DPS debate, we talked about how most of us are just on autopilot in most of these games, just picking the hard meta character that season, the flavor of the month, because ability creep has gotten so strong and so high in fucking 5v5 that it's taken away from the shooter mechanics. And support abilities are significantly stronger in this game. And also, name one time in Overwatch 1 where the DPS role was not being queued, especially at high-level play, where the true game is. And when I say by true game, you get the true essence of what is strong in the game at high-level play. Low-level play, people just want to pick what they want to pick. They're not playing to the true ability of the characters and the true state of the game. They're just casually fucking around.
Yeah, I don't know how it's remotely fun to put 5 full mags into Orisa Hog and Mauga as soldier and never see their health drop below half. It's cooked.
Yeah, that's not a shooter game, Fredo. That's not a shooter game. Never once in Overwatch 1 was the DPS role not queued. That already happened in Overwatch 2. Until they had to give the DPS role a passive that reduces healing by 20%. Overwatch 1 was more of a shooter game than Overwatch 2 has been. And that's crazy to say, but it's true. You had more options. Things were more killable. You weren't doing senseless damage constantly. Outside of 1 or 2 metas that were solvable via balance, not via format change. But when you change the format, you destroy entire roles. You never saw that happen.
Years long of complaints that many players, average players that try to pick up the game, wondered why their mechanical input seemingly had no effect on the gameplay. That was a widespread criticism of Overwatch for years, and many, if not most of the top metas tried to eliminate skill shots from the equation wherever possible. If you could run a team comp that just ran it down mid with tanky heroes that couldn't die, you would always do it. We had a saying for years as analysts of the game that everything turned into goats after goats. Maybe it taught us how to play a more tanky rushdown style, or maybe there's just a...
Or maybe Blizzard never fixed the bad hero designs that broke the first game, Fredo. They never fixed Brig. They never fixed BAP. They continued to double down on bad design, which is exactly the same thing they've done in Overwatch 2. And this is where I admit we're both kind of wrong here, and we need to do a better job of articulating this. The format simply lays the foundation to build a healthy game. The design decisions the developers make after the fact are what create these things. And this team never sat down and attempted to go back and fix any of the things that they fucked up. Which is why we saw...
Fredo has no idea what he is talking about. He is as useless as the devs.
Okay. Can you guys stop until I'm done with this video because you're distracting me and it's just I appreciate it, thank you, but like just wait till that after, please. These are like a lot of these design issues never got fixed, and now they're just doubling down on them again. So regardless of how you change the format, the same problems are going to continue to show up, except now because you never actually went back and fixed the problem. When you break your leg, you need to have it heal properly, and the devs never did that. They put a band-aid on it and said, all right, we're going to go keep walking, it'll heal. No, your leg's not going to heal right. So you got to go break it again, I guess, and let it heal properly. I don't know. That's probably a bad analogy. You don't break the leg again. But the format doesn't change that. What 5v5 has brought is more problems to the balance of the game. That's why it sucks. That's why it's bad. It's removed options and further enforced those gigabuffed brawl tanks to run down mid. What they needed to do was take a step back and nerf the problems instead of just continuing to change the format to run away from the things that they created because they never wanted to sit down and do the work to solve it. And so now this is where we're stuck. This is where we're stuck. And that part of the discussion isn't a format discussion. That's a hero design discussion. But the hero design is harder to make it that organic, original Overwatch FPS aspect now than it was before. And Mauga and Ramaktra are living proof of that. And the power creep in the support role is living proof of that.
A lot of things in the game where MOBA teamwork was outweighing any skill shots from any class. And when I say that, I don't just mean...
Because now you get the same value that you used to get from that MOBA teamwork just by using an ability at the floor. You brought the high-level problem where these heroes broke the game and applied it to everyone. That is what has happened.
The damage category, which often they would pick the least damagey types and more tanks in that category. But just as well, it was hard to get characters like Zen or Ana to ever be played because rushdown, swarmy, or tanky style characters would always beat them out in that role too. Somehow it's been acceptable to blame the OP supports during Overwatch 1 for all of the design issues of the game. But when I make the point that the most dominant teams in the top level of the game had the better tanks, I get pushback on this that it's the supports. But the thing is, I did the VOD reviews on these things. I analyzed the difference in space that each team made, and since the game of Overwatch 1 was about map control, not only was tank gameplay paramount for the average player, you needed them to function at all to even look at an engagement, it was the be-all end-all at the top tier in just about every meta, which is why...
Fredo, what? Dude, come on, man. No. Oh my god. It was so different playing against Monkey Diva than Orisa Sigma. Just because the tanks were good doesn't mean that they weren't caused by supports. Every pro player, every single one of them, aside, and I'll give you Launch Sigma. I'll give you Sigma and Orisa. Those were overtuned characters, 100% yes. Especially when they made Orisa immune to Fortify. And Sigma on his own, absolutely. But that's one character. I can give you 3 supports. Fredo, there's no way you're even attempting to claim that just because tank players were good, that they were as oppressive as the supports. It's not even close, man. Goats doesn't work without Moira or Brig. It doesn't. It does not work. It's significantly worse. It does not work. I'm going to let him finish before I go in on that.
There's crazy outlier examples like the Shanghai Dragons reverse sweeping in their APAC Grand Final against the Seoul Dynasty, a team that won the first Grand Final, by the way, just because they swapped Fearless in to dominate the game on Winston. Complete game changer. We can't have it both ways, guys. If tanks can make hacking players look invisible on the server, how can we possibly say that they didn't smother the shooter aspect of the game? What evidence?
Because they were fucking killable. And for 99.99% of the players who were not fearless, they always would die all the fucking time. And the elims per 10 stat would reflect that. And anybody who played the game would reflect that outside of Double Shield. Who, by the way, why was the Winston comp so good? Because you could run Brig Ana with it and you could cycle Nano Monkey after they buffed Nano. How is that remotely a point? And by the way, tanks didn't perma-stuff cheaters out in Overwatch 1 either. It was more doable, but it wasn't like cheating didn't matter. You would still lose to cheaters all the time. That doesn't mean the game is less FPS-y, because most of these cheaters didn't have a brain and they would pick Widowmaker. I can't believe what you are saying right now. Overwatch 2 is not more of a shooter than Overwatch 1. The tanks are quite literally unkillable now in most of these duels. Abilities are all significantly stronger, which is more of a MOBA aspect than an FPS aspect. The abilities were all weaker in Overwatch 1 and allowed for more playmaking against them, which made the game more of a shooter game and made more impact on player decisions. I don't care if Fearless can come out here and win a fucking game and go with Nano Monkey on cooldown. That's awesome. And actually, his game, he was nutty. I give you that. Absolutely. But again, when there are more targets on the map that are all killable and abilities are less strong and less oppressive, and it's more about how you play than what you pick, the game is more of a shooter and it's a healthier game because you as a player have the options. You are not forced to swap. There are not immortal targets on the map. And the problem with Overwatch 1 were those immortal heroes, which was not the format. Granted, yes, that was bad hero design. But Blizzard changed their format to run from bad hero design, which inevitably created more bad hero design across every role because they sat there and did not want to fix it. That is what 5v5 has caused. So I'm not sure. I can't even. I don't know. I'll let him keep going.
What I need to show you to convince you. And I think it's pretty clear which side Overwatch 2 has chosen when they keep adding tank heroes that are just shooter kits. But at least when I play the squishy roles, I always feel that I have a long list of hero options that can make an impact because there's a few ways to win in Overwatch 2. So here's the entire guidebook to Overwatch 2. And maybe I need to make more detailed videos about this, but this is the base strategy for the average player, dealing with the issues that average players deal with. Not the highest end players where players make few mistakes, but 99% of players are in games where there is mistakes being made rampantly. If your tank is at an advantage, you can pick things that support their playstyle and win. If your tank is at a disadvantage, you can pick things that go at someone else you could have an advantage against and win. So as an example, if I'm on support and my tank is getting brutalized by the enemy's tank, there is DPS-minded supports that can kinda ignore the tank battle and go flank the backline. Hitting skill shots and abilities aggressively for offense always has the chance to win in 5v5. That was never an option in 6v6, guys. DPS-minded supports that can kinda ignore the tank battle and go flank the backline. Hitting skill shots and abilities aggressively for offense always has the chance to win in 5v5. That was never an option in 6v6, guys. Because if
Well, don't worry, I'm dead anyway.
I go ahead.
I'm nanoed. I'm nanoed!
So I copy. Go low.
He didn't even get the mega! I'm nanoed and damage boosted against the Hog as Reaper and they don't die! Get these super tanks out of the fucking game, bro!
if they had two synergistic tanks and you had two tanks that basically didn't even want to play together, there was a massive tank chasm and the rest of the squishies couldn't really contribute anything ever, at least for the majority of the game. That was
You're just not playing Overwatch. Now, Fredo, compared to Overwatch 1, when there were two tanks that had weaker abilities, that had to have insanely high level execution to get value on multiple matchups that could work together, there are more tank steamrolls in this game because tank abilities are so strong that when your solo tank is on the wrong matchup, it is even harder to overcome the exact thing that you are saying right now in 5v5 than it was in 6v6. Because when one player, especially your super tank, is getting outplayed, you as a DPS player and a support player don't have the individual power and stats on your kit anymore to pierce through it. You simply do not. You do not. It is harder to do that now than it was to do previously because, again, every ability in the game was weaker. Every health pool was weaker. Health pools in general and armor damage negation was weaker than it is now. There were not roll passives that were reducing 25% of critical hit damage on tanks in the game. They did not exist. It was easier to play make against these heroes in Overwatch 1 than it is in Overwatch 2. It is that fucking simple for every single player. Because they have put that mitigation value at the skill floor on most of these characters instead of the skill ceiling. I don't know what footage you are watching to possibly have that conclusion, but it just tells me you're not paying attention. I'm sorry, you're not. There's no way you are. I love you. You're not. It's insane. You're just completely wrong, dude. Like, I don't know, man. And by the way, being on the proper synergy meant so much less when they didn't have the insane sustain abilities on the tanks, by the way. Because everything was killable. It was way more about how you played rather than what you picked. And if what you're saying is true, why is counter swapping so much more prevalent in this game to get on the right matchup? Like, you're just ignoring everything right in front of you. And I don't know what to tell you other than that.
Incredibly painful too, and an experience you're only going to relive, I guess, if they add 6v6 again so we can see what that looks like. Imagine how bad of a team comp you could get in 6v6. That's the reality of it. Just based on your
Fredo, the team comp doesn't matter as much in 6v6 because all the abilities are weaker. There's more room for organic playmaking on your own. Does 6v6 mean that you're always going to get a perfect team comp? No. But when you get the wrong team comp now, it is so much harder to overcome than it was before because they've buffed everything in the game. Now, granted, they've done 5v5 no favors by buffing everything in the game. Sure, 100% I will give you that. But also, a lot of these had to be buffed because the format is 5v5 roll lock. I don't even know how to respond to something that's just like so wrong.
Tank choices, because when everyone was setting up to play for a tank battle, that kind of didn't happen a lot of the time. The gameplay was degenerate and impossible to follow unless you were a top player already. And I think this is why the survivorship bias is hitting so hard, where if you liked that, and now you have to learn all these other tanks.
So what? So the answer is to remove all the depth out of the game and water it down and make it boring? You just remove what's special about the game. And then you also make casual players counter swap more. That's not a better game. I love you, brother, but that's just not right. I don't know how to explain that to you otherwise.
Because 5v5 does promote swapping, then you get extremely upset about it. And now you have to learn all these other tanks, because 5v5 does promote swapping, then you get extremely upset about it. And what I want to do for this community is try to turn around this sentiment that it's the game's fault, not ours.
It is the game's fault.
I see players not cooperating with each other, not picking things that are going to help the situation. And
Fredo, you can't overcome Woga! There's no play to make! When my tank goes fucking hog or some dog shit pick and there's a Malga running down mid with a full brawl comp and he makes his entire team goats and invincible, there is no play to make. You just lose, dude. You just hard lose. There is no play to make into that. There's nothing I can do to make a play. Literally nothing. And again, it could work without the power creep. But Blizzard has chosen to gigabuff everything over and over and over again. And a lot of that is caused by 5v5. So I would love to say this is true. And I think what you're saying was way more true in the Overwatch betas than it is now. But the reality of what's had to happen to make this format work is that is not true. So we want to talk about reality. Look at what we're living in. There's no play to make. This is unreal, man. You can go all the tank busters you want, but you can't fucking kill them. You can't. There's no play. And it is the game forcing it on you. Because there's no option for me as a player to make it work. At best, it's significantly harder. So, like, I think the first thing they should do, and I would love to give what you're saying a fair shot. And I did think about this quite a bit. I would love to see them remove passives aside from the global healing passive and reduce the health pools back to what they were, and we'll see what happens. It would be a lot better. Like, that tank headshot passive thing made it so much harder. So much harder. So much harder. So much fucking harder, man. And again, neither format's perfect, but like for what's actually happened in the game, they've just done you no favors with this, man. They've just done you no favors with this. And so I would love to see a nerfed version of everything where 5v5 could work. But again, this game, regardless of format, has never, ever, ever, ever been good when they've just gigabuffed every stat and sustained. It just has sucked. Every sustained meta has absolutely fucking sucked. Fredo, just play COD, man. That's not what he's saying, though. That's disingenuous to what he's saying. He's claiming that 6v6 had the 5v5 problems but worse when it actually didn't, and it was only a couple characters. The 5v5 game in Overwatch 2 has these problems as a global net across the entire roles for multiple characters instead of just one or two. He's not saying it that he wants to be like COD. That's not what he's saying. That's disingenuous to what he's saying.
blaming one player, the tank. Trust me, all of the squishies can swap. There's an entire structure of the game going on that
Nobody
affects
likes
your tank's
to.
experience,
No
and
casual
you have
likes
so
to.
many tools to change it. But it's sad to me that the community seems disinterested in these ideas. Because if the enemy Zen is roasting your tank, you're going to have a better time if you flank or snipe it. If Ana is chucking nades across the map onto your shieldless Junker Queen, well, Genji is one of the meta combinations with Queen for a reason.
So, Fredo, you claim that all these casual players don't ever do teamwork, and now you're saying that in order to make the game better, they all have to use teamwork. Which one is it? I thought this game was more of a shooter and less of a MOBA. I thought this game gave more freedom. But now you're saying that people just don't do it, which is exactly why 6v6 is better, especially for casual players. Because they don't have to do that. They can organically play what they want way more and create more options with a better gameplay loop and way more diversity in decision-making. Which one is it? The amount of contradictions here are insane.
Because he actually can add a off-tank-esque style ability into the front line and stop that from happening, as well as weave in and out with the fight with her. Is your tank trying to poke? Are they trying to rush? The options are everywhere. There's so many heroes in the roster, yet we as a community just don't seem to want to pick them. We just pick whatever we feel like, and we expect, I guess, the tank role to also be able to do that. But part of the reason why they can't is because we don't enable them to play their better heroes.
Don't want
and we just
to,
expect
man.
them to just swap to whatever allows them to survive
Players
longer.
don't want to do that. That's not fun.
Learn to play the game with the heroes they do know how to play. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse on that one. I got a few more points I want to make, but if you've made it this far, it means you're interested in this entire conversation. So whether you think I'm right, whether I'm wrong, if you're interested in still playing Overwatch 2, and you lost a game that you found frustrating, the game balance was to blame, strategies you don't know how to deal with, teammates you think are to blame instead of you, we're going to start taking gameplay review submissions and making transformative content like we used to back in the day. So in the link below, there's a Google form submission for you to submit your replays. Remember to include your battle tag. Now let's go back to debating. Part of the reason why I have trepidation to join the enthusiasm that we can fix this game in a way that everyone would agree is because I witnessed what I thought was going to be the universally appraised format change that was going to save the game and everyone would be happy, roll queue. Ultimately, I always still preferred it for a long list of reasons, but my Overwatch grinding duo partner Nateson, as well as a more casual player like Video Game Donkey or a much more hardcore community like the Koreans, preferred open queue for its further diversity of strategy, role flexibility, and much heightened creativity, whereas I preferred the trade-off to lose all of those things just to have a reliable competitive experience.
I do for 6v6 roll queue. I think 6v6 roll queue is a good medium. I think 5v5 roll queue is horrible.
That's why I'm so firmly advocating for the no solutions, only trade-off standpoint when discussing these things.
Yeah,
because
true.
I was the guy demanding the devs do exactly what I want, and it turned out not everyone actually agreed. And not only that, the devs that I somewhat disrespected at the time were actually a lot more thoughtful and aware of the issues and the byproducts that I couldn't see coming. Here's Scott Mercer at BlizzCon 2018 when they were finally thinking about implementing and testing roll queue.
We are thinking about roll queue. You know, there are definitely some problems that would be assisted and helped by additional roll queue. Right now we're going through the process of looking at, say, hey, if we did it, what other after effects might there be to that? Like, how would it affect queue times? And that's one of the big things. How would it affect players' abilities to change their strategies? One of the things I think people like about Overwatch is the ability to change strategies on the fly. A lot of thought too, because it has such far-reaching implications that might not be so obvious at first glance, but we're really treating the issue very seriously. It's one thing to understand, it is not the silver bullet that's going to potentially solve all competitive issues. What if the tanks are chosen, like I say, is like Zarya, Roadhog, but you're looking for a barrier tank? The issues that people have where it's like, oh man, I just wish we had a tank, and yeah, one tank would be great, but what they're really asking for, man, it'd be really great to have a Reinhardt. I don't know if we necessarily want to go down the road of saying,
I don't think, well, okay.
Hey, even if within roll queue, is it?
This was 2018. This is a very new game at the time.
Right.
Now, advocates of the October patch look to those tank combos that most of the community hated to play with, such as Zarya Roadhog, as actually playable. But that's why I think there's more holes in that October patch argument than we realize. The reason why Scott uses it as an example there, because those were two popular tanks that got picked often, but easily got outplayed. Any small bit of teamwork seemed to easily put shielding in front of them, denying their offense, and everybody would die on the Zarya Hog team. But by October 2020, we had already experienced a Giga Hog patch, which taught us how to play Zarya Hog, Sigma Hog. So a big percentage of the performance of a comp like that changes dramatically, not just on the balance, but on the community's ability to play around it, which changes dramatically over time. And while maybe with enough experience, both with the player base learning the synergies, as well as the devs finally adding less content to make the game easier to balance, a key point everyone seems to forget about the drought years of the game, only then we could get the October patch. Having the
Fredo, oh fuck. Fredo.
or less after a few of the early play. Now, advocates of the on the balance, but on the community's ability to play around it, which energies, as well as the devs finally adding less content to make the game easier to balance, a key point everyone seems to forget about the drought years of the game.
Fredo, Echo had come out like 3 or 4 months before, which is the exact same hero cycle that there is right now. The drought had not really hit at that point yet. That was the normal cycle for the game. I will agree, though, like, people had learned how to play it, but also the key thing was the supports of that meta were not BAP and Brig. You saw a little BAP, but you saw a lot of Luciana. You saw a lot of Lucio Moira. You saw backlines that didn't auto bail out any mistake that was made on the front line, meaning a ton of variety could get picked because the supports were not insanely overtuned that patch. They had just nerfed Briggs' health. I think they had done something to BAP as well. Echo was April of 2020. So it was like 4 or 5 months after that point. And there were several big balance patches that had come out to shake up the game at that point. That's what had made that season so good. So it wasn't so far into the drought that it was like people had just learned how to play everything properly. That's just not what happened. That's just not what happened. It was actually after this patch too. But again, the key thing and the big thing here, and 5v5 could benefit from this a ton as well, Fredo, to be fair to you. Abilities were all weaker. Health pools were all weaker. That allowed for more organic playmaking from player decision-making to dominate the game rather than being on the correct pick, which Overwatch 2 has forced and currently is forcing more than Overwatch 1. Which is simply a worse game, and ironically, more of a MOBA game than a shooter, when you can't pick the heroes that you want to play to get value. So, we'll let him keep going.
Only then we could get the October patch. Having the experience of lots of different metas by that point, no Overwatch League to teach us how to break the patch, and that October patch didn't actually last that long, because they very quickly balanced the game again, which what we really should expect is that it's likely, given enough time on a patch, the clear winners, even if they're small edge cases, will begin to snowball their power over time. This is a key aspect of the meta that the theory crafting crowd like myself and my friends
or nobody
tend
wanted
to
to
forget
play
about
Brig.
the social conditioning that tends to occur. And the devs know this. That's why anytime you see them overbuff an underrepresented hero, part of the reason they do that
Look at that demon. Wait, did that tank just die? Wait a minute.
See them
Look at how fast
the
these tanks
social
died,
conditioning
dude.
that tends to occur. And the devs know this. That's why anytime you see them overbuff an underrepresented hero, part of the reason they do that is to get players to play them, teach us what they even do, then try to rein them in. The funny thing that happens with that is that once the player base is forced to grapple with those overtuned mechanics, they're forced to learn the gameplay principles behind them, so that even when those characters gets tuned down, the players are a bit better at using and countering.
This is only a high-level play, though. Like, the low-level players just do whatever the fuck they want.
I'm not a huge fan of this strategy, but it's kind of the thing they have to do if we expect them to rapidly add content and shake up the game. I followed many esport games over the years with varying degrees of updates. Blizzard's first mega hit esport, StarCraft Brood War, famously wasn't patched by a certain point, so instead the competitive community balanced the game, quote unquote, by changing and adding maps. But even by not doing that, the meta would just change based on the individual players learning from one another. You can see this happen in fighting games, which often don't get balanced as much. Metas come and go as techs are understood and matchups are evolved. I followed Counter-Strike Go religiously for many, many years. Anytime I see Emong, I always tease him that I used to lose skins gambling on his underdog team when he played semi-pro back then. But that's a game too, where the meta and playstyle of the game would change radically without the game being changed. All of this is really important context when I'm debating some of these things with analysts of the game that are incredibly well-versed in their understanding of Overwatch. The debate as it's gone back and forth between me and Samito on these format discussions has produced some of the best explanations of the troubles of this game, as well as now the previous one, that I think is on the internet. In his response to me, I think he highlights and articulates a lot of the design issues in Overwatch 2. And there's a huge section of things
and to be fair to Fredo as well, like, a lot of these things, like, bad hero design decisions are bad regardless of the format. The reason why I like 6v6 is because everything can be weaker. You don't have to power creep the game as much in 6v6 than you did in 5v5 to capture the brilliant game flow that made Overwatch great. The devs in both formats have chosen to religiously power creep the game in really unhealthy ways. And until they stop doing that, no one wins. No one fucking wins. The only time you could lose a 1v1 as a tank was against another tank in Overwatch 1? Or Overwatch 2? Could you 1v1 tanks in Overwatch 1? Absolutely, yes. 100%. You definitely could. Depending on the matchup. Heroes like Genji would struggle, but there were plenty of DPS heroes you could 1v1 tanks on in Overwatch 1, yes. Were you just wrong? I'm sorry. I mean, do you want me to go pull up footage of like me fucking dominating on Reaper or dominating on Hanzo or dominating on Echo? What are you talking about? You could full stick beam at any tank in the game. Cass could 3-shot Zarya in the head, right? Was it 3 or 4? Hog couldn't run around the map while vaping. He was stationary. You could easily kill him if you poked him out at a good time and he missed his hook. Or you made him miss the hook, and that's the key thing. You would make them miss and get value. The player exchange mattered. Now, if I make him miss the hook, he has so many stats, he can't die. So you just clearly weren't playing Overwatch 1, or you were so bad at DPS, you never could get a kill. But I could go down the list of DPS heroes. I'll pull up the list right now. Let's take a look. Let's look at the DPS heroes. Overwatch 2 DPS heroes. Let's take a look here. Overwatch 2 hero list. If you don't think you could kill a tank in Overwatch 1, you were not an Overwatch 1 player. Pretty simple. Let's take a look here. All right. So let's take a gander. Let's see. Ashe could kill tanks. Ashe could kill Zarya. She could kill... D.Va's a little bit harder, but with lower DM, you could kill the D.Va. You could pressure out a Reinhardt and kill him. You could kill a Hog when you baited the hook. You could kill Zarya. What are some of the other tanks in the game? The only tanks you couldn't kill were like Ball. Ball and Sig. Orisa, before she got her headshot mitigation, you could kill her as well. Let's see here. Bastion could kill tanks. Cass could kill tanks. Echo could definitely kill tanks. Genji struggled. I admit. Hanzo could easily kill tanks. You could easily kill Winston. You could easily kill a D.Va if you force DM. You could easily kill Zarya. You could easily kill Hog. You could kill Ryan. You have good pressure with Storm Arrows. Junkrat could kill Zarya probably. A little bit tougher against Monkey with his bubble. Definitely a tough matchup against D.Va, though. He definitely had a tough matchup against D.Va. May's more about the wall and freeze, to be fair. I think she's... We can ignore Mei. I think Mei's a little bit disingenuous to that argument from my end because she kind of is like a pseudo tank too. So like it's kind of hard to. I don't want to throw her in the category of the other DPS because she had a full freeze at the time too, and headshots as well. Pharah could absolutely kill tanks. She struggled against D.Va, but that's about it. Reaper, I don't even need to explain Reaper. Reaper could decimate a tank. Reaper could kill a Reinhardt really easily. Reaper could kill a Zarya really easily. Reaper could kill a D.Va even through her DM if she misused it. And it was about the interaction, about who used their ability better. And that's the key. That's what made the game have so much depth. It was both of those things. Reaper, I don't even need to begin to explain. Soldier, a little bit more neutral. He wasn't big burst damage, but he could definitely pump out damage on a lot of these angles, especially if you forced a D.Va DM early. You had way more of a window, and she had way more downtime, and she was way more killable. You'll see that common thing with most of the tanks because all of the abilities were significantly weaker. Sim, if she got a lot of charge. Summer's a little bit weird. Torbjorn absolutely could. Tracer absolutely could, and so could Widow. So most of these DPS in the game could all kill these tanks. Most of them could. And it was more about how you played rather than what you picked. And that's why it was an interesting dynamic. So if you think you could not 1v1 tanks in Overwatch 1, you were not playing the game. That is a blatant lie. Blatant lie. So you can keep lying as much as you want or being willfully ignorant, but nobody believes you because we all see the results. And by the way, the 6v6 code, every tank is killable by most DPS in the game. In fact, most supports in the game could actually kill some of these tanks too. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what game you were playing, but it clearly wasn't Overwatch.
Absolutely agree on. Some of my favorite things that have come out of these debates, especially by being the counterbalance point, the contrarian to Samito or Flats, is they've given really great explanations on the problems with the game fundamentals of Overwatch 2. It has gone too much into being a shooter. Too much self-sustainability is quite boring.
It's not a shooter.
When you start to get to a high level.
It's worse at every level. It is not more of a shooter. I've not said that. I think this game is less of a shooter
of the game, and the tank battle is nowhere near as interesting as it could be.
They made it worse for everybody.
A lot of the kit they've put into it and the adjustments they've made offer a lot of passive value. Armor change, headshot reduction, I can't die cooldowns, stacked on top of you can't die cooldowns. And overall, the eventual result, I think, of the Season 9 health and hitbox overhaul is that counter picks are much more reliable because you sort of can't miss. You need much less aim skill to apply a counter pick. So Cassidy can more easily hit a Tracer, and a Tracer can more easily hit a Zen. I think that's problematic for the game because it triples down on counter picking.
And this is where I do want to give the 5v5 camp credit. it would be way more doable if Blizzard didn't choose all the wrong decisions again in this game. Ironically, Blizzard made the same mistakes in this game that they made in the first game. And that's why changing the format instead of your mentality will create the same problems. And to be fair, these problems exist in both games. They're just more manageable from a player's perspective in the old format than the new format.
Even less specialization in those mechanics. I think these are all pretty severe problems in Overwatch 2, but the way I want to contribute to this conversation is bringing some reality check to what the results of what people are asking for today were back then in Overwatch 1.
Sure.
And while it's painful to hear this, because we all wish Overwatch could be its peak potential, the reality is all power and preference in the game is mutually exclusive, which means what I want and like is going to take away from what you want and like if we disagree on what should be the best. In my miscommunication, Sam confuses a few points I make. He thinks I massively contradict myself when it comes to tank synergies. He seems to think that I can't both claim that lower tier players weren't playing the meta, but yet synergies were oppressive. And that's because I think he doesn't realize that I'm not talking about the meta at all. I'm not talking about a balanced state, and it's the social aspect of the game. So when I say tank synergy was oppressive for the average player in Overwatch 1, what I mean is, if your tanks protected the team versus enemy tanks that didn't, there was a massive playability gap. And top players kind of ignore this because they, inside those same games, doing an unranked to GM, would dominate anyway. But the average player liked to feel safe behind their protection tanks, only staring at them, and most of the gameplay was expecting your tanks to somehow make space against the enemy's tanks. I did an insane amount of research for this video, and by accident, I found myself explaining basically this in a guide video from 2019, where I was playing on console for the first time, with poor mechanics but teaching game sense, when I was a much higher rated player on console for the first time, with poor mechanics but teaching game sense, when I was a much higher rated player on PC. Well, higher than I am now, because Overwatch 2 is a lot harder. Out of spawn, we come back, I get a huge sigil, and holding grasp for a panic ult, either from Reaper or Roadhog, tons of value from that, and we just blow this team out. In my opinion, that's the most common way for blowouts to happen in Overwatch, where one front line is just better than the other, or gets more value because maybe their healers are better or whatever, but often it's just with the rotation and understanding where to fight. What I really want to do is dispel this idea that you need your damage to carry the game. Stop waiting in line for damage queues, start winning games easily and ranking up out of the lower ranks with tank and support, who are the real carries of the core of Overwatch. Present day Fredo again. It was eye-opening to me to go back to that guide from 2019 and hear me try to convince the community that damage wasn't the carry. Meanwhile, many of the pro tournaments had multi-tank comps before Brig was even out. Shooter fans have a bias to think that the one that's able to secure kills themselves is the one doing the carrying, whereas Overwatch 1 or 2 is more about...
Again, then that's a playstyle thing, Fredo, but... Hold on, I got a big what's a loogie or hoogie? What's that? What's that shit in your throat called, chat? I need to pee too. I'm gonna answer after I pee. One sec, boys. I had my first drink of alcohol yesterday. I regret it. Oh, that felt good. All right, boys, we're back. So again, what I would say about the synergy stuff is that nothing in low-level play was oppressive, because the game's better when it's about how you play rather than what you pick, right? And so when these kids weren't even picking the meta tanks and it didn't affect the low-level play, that does not mean that tanks were oppressive. Again, the main characters these people talked about were things... Oh, Super Plot, Jesus Christ, I remember him from a long time ago. Were things like Reaper and Moira. Like, I'm sorry, if you're claiming average levels is that Reinhardt is OP, the answer is that no, he's not. That's a skill issue. That's not a game format issue. There are so many ways to kill Reinhardt in the game. So many ways. And the idea that, oh, well, tank synergies are OP and like the game was less of a shooter for average players and they didn't matter. I'm contradicting myself. No, because Ryan was dog shit for so long. And so the answer to those players in the low ranks is that that's a skill issue. If you can't figure out how to play against tank synergies when the main thing that's getting played is Reinhardt and Zarya, which were not oppressive tanks, by the way. At those points in time, they were not oppressive tanks. That's a skill issue. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because ultimately, it puts it in the player's hands. If you're able to just swap to like Mauga or something, which is what's happening now with people constantly counter-swapping even in low ranks, that's a worse gameplay experience and a worse product offering. Because what your shooter game should allow you to do is, one, play what you want, and you should have to do it on your own. And that's healthy for all players in all ranks. But when you're constantly having to swap because of the game, that's not a better product offering. And you even see people who are in bronze talking about this. So yeah, I think it is a contradiction. I absolutely do. And I don't think that, frankly, anything was oppressive in low-level play except for characters like Moira or Reaper who were super accessible at the skill floor. That's all I would say. And by the way, Reaper, a hero that was infamous for decimating tanks in low SR. So I don't know what to say about that other than that.
About an exchange of cooldowns over time. Not just getting your own value, but playing in a way that's going to more
also made the
easily
game
let
more
your
interesting
team
and
get
fun.
value. As Jeff says, this was maximized in Overwatch 1, with tight choke points that demanded you to hold your tank's hands just to get through them. And honestly, one of the biggest things I've realized after watching so much Overwatch 1 footage for this video is how much slower Overwatch 1 played. Because when we get those two protection tanks to slow down the gameplay, a lot of nothing happens for a long time. I liked this as a player for my own performance in the game because it gave me time to make better decisions.
It's not nothing, though. Like, the poke phase of the game mattered until they made Sigma and Orisa because you could get kills and you could create opportunities in numerous ways. The game just had so much more depth and variety to it, and that's why the tank exchange mattered. And it was way more fun for everybody. There were just more places to contribute that mattered for everybody. And I think that was more fun.
Overwatch 2 is way more intense, where multiple heroes can run at you and out-mechanic you constantly. And the gameplay loop of Overwatch 2, for all of its flaws,
you can't out-mechanic most of these abilities in the game. You can't out-mechanic Suzu. You can't out-mechanic Life Grip. You can't out-mechanic Immortality Field. You can't out-mechanic Roadhog Self-Heal. You can't out-mechanic Mauga Cardiac Overdrive. You can't out-mechanic Diva 4-second DM. You can't. You can't out-mechanic these Giga abilities. You can't. You can't out-mechanic 25% less headshot reduction. You can't. You can't out-mechanic 20% less healing from every shot DPS hero shoot. And I agree, that's not... I will say, I don't think the passives are exclusive to 5v5, but they're not helping either. The passives all need to go except for the global healing passive. You can out-mechanic it by running away. That's not more options. That's not an interesting gameplay loop. It's just not what happens.
Gives you moments where you could hit shots to turn the fight back, which just wasn't the case in Overwatch 1. The team play strategy was far more...
No. You're just wrong. There's no amount of headshots I can hit against a team inside of Mauga Cardiac Overdrive. There's no amount of headshots I can hit through BAP burst healing now through his shift. That's not true, Fredo. You could out-mechanic more things when abilities and health pools were all weaker in Overwatch 1. Granted, that wasn't happening at the end because they made Orisa immune to headshots. There were 4 tanks on the field at all times because of BAP and Brig, which were balance issues. Now every single hero is a tank like BAP and Brig was in Overwatch 2. There is less room for mechanical outplay in Overwatch 2 than there was in Overwatch 1. Because in Overwatch 1, when the meta was normal outside of Orisa, Sigma, Baptiste, and Brig, every single one of those characters had distinct weaknesses, downtime, and exploitability. And playing around, creating that opportunity for exploitability is what allowed the FPS mechanics to shine in the game. Now, they've removed the exploitability and put all of the survivability at the skill floor on these characters just by using these abilities. And it's significantly diminished the fun of the game.
Important, which maybe does offer the best top 1% experience among players that know how to contribute in such a cadence of gameplay. I can tell you from watching and reviewing thousands of hours of player VODs that the 99% played the game entirely differently. When we look at gameplay like this, the response from top players is always going to be, well, they didn't balance the game right. Ana came out overtuned. She healed for too much. But the funny part about that is, that was actually after they buffed her because she seemed useless when she first came out. Try to think of the landscape of the game. They want to add a new character that's exciting. Prior to Ana, the only skill shot support was Zenyatta, and he was really weak and situational. They were trying to get players excited to play support. Most Overwatch players weren't playing the game with more than one tank, and Ana was underperforming. So they increased the radius of Ana nade so you could more reliably hit it. The average player hardly had any tanks around them to heal, and with more split up, squishy gameplay, there was damage threats around to contest Ana. So if you wanted to try to feel impact with healing, it was kind of difficult based on the culture of the game. Top players and pros will blame AoE healing as being one of the biggest downfalls of Overwatch 1, but over years of battling with Jeff Kaplan about this, I finally get his perspective of why he was so annoyed by having to bend his designs to the whims of the best players who played in an organized environment when the majority of players played in a disorganized environment. The reason is, we should have learned the problem with AoE healing as soon as Ana came out. It doesn't break the game for everyone, it becomes overtuned when your teammates start to position around it. This is why there was always an amplified effect potentially of Moira, Brig, Baptiste, and even launch era Ana. The devs want to add this new interesting kit to give supports more options and to embolden the healer aspect.
And they weren't good enough at implementing it to make it healthy for all players. Because Brig did not, if they actually cared about making it viable for low-level players, why is Inspire still not visible to this day? Why is its range still greater than Lucio's? They never even attempted to do it because they didn't understand what they were making. I don't care if Jeff Kaplan was mad. They didn't do a good job. It is that simple, and that is what happened. That's the reality of it.
And fantasy of the game, because we launched with basically just Lucio Mercy. Imagine that. Compare that to Kuriko at launch, who is like those two characters put together and Genji at the same time. As it turns out, there's always going to be severe competing interests when we compare the experience of players that are in elos that work together versus ones where it's pretty chaotic. Even if the...
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about, though?
Game is trying its best to emphasize and build for team play as much as possible. People played Overwatch 1 like Overwatch 2 is designed to be played anyway. That's the thing. If you think of the positions you're supposed to take in Overwatch 2, it looks like the bad positions the average players would always take in Overwatch 1. Tank mostly riding cart, everybody spread out.
Sure.
So the reason why they've designed the game to go down self-sufficiency and allowing the tank to go off on their own and everyone else to go off on their own is because so much of the playability of the game in the first game was needing to sync up and move in together. And if the enemy team did that against you and your team didn't,
well, then they've added things like the healing passive that would help with that. But now it's the same problem, except it's so much more brain dead and easy to do that thing to get value, and there's little or reduced opportunity to create value in any other way. It was way more interesting previously than it is now. It had way more depth, and it was way more thought-provoking. And now it's worse for the casual players, too, because they all have to counter-swap. Nobody wants to do that. This is just a skill issue. You can't, it's impossible to balance your game aside from the skill floor to address skill issues for players.
There was no shooter game to be had, which is why I used the Tim the Tatman example. He says it's unfair for me to bring up...
Tim, the high-ranked player that you're using to cite your point for low-level players having skill issues.
Tim the Tatman, because there was lots of reasons Tim left. Fortnite came out, it was a better career decision, Balance could have fixed it. He was really only complaining about D.Va, not tank synergies. D.Va was clearly overpowered, but all of this misses the point. The point is, players complained about the MOBA aspect of the game, and Blizzard's solution to remove one of the tanks kills multiple birds with one stone. Helps Q times.
Okay, if they wanted to reduce the MOBA aspect of the game, why are they adding abilities that are stronger and stronger and stronger every season? Why did they gigabuff every single MOBA aspect of the game? They've had to buff more of the MOBA aspects of the game in this game than they ever did in Overwatch 1. The MOBA abilities are stronger than they've ever been. Brig Pack, burst heals now. Rally, AoE stuns with a 750 HP shield. Life Grip is an ability. They've finally started nerfing Suzu. Mauga Cardiac Overdrive. Hog Vape. The power creep is higher than ever before. So if they wanted to nerf the MOBA aspects of the game, they haven't done that. They've made it harder to get organic value from the shooter game now than it was in Overwatch 1. And the only ranks where it was insanely hard to get value because the MOBA abilities was the highest level of play. Because there were a ton of windows to get kills in low-level play, in the average level players, in 6v6 when the abilities were all weaker. The main thing they complained about were heroes like Moira, which should have been addressed. There's less options on the field now to create opportunity as a DPS. You do way more damage per limb in this game. They had to globally buff every fucking hitbox to try to make the FPS aspect of the game compete. Two Maugas sitting there fucking shooting at each other is brain dead. Two Ramatras doing the same thing, blocking all day, is brain dead. There were MOBA aspects there were MOBA aspects in the FPS game of Overwatch 1, but what was so cool about them is that, you know, they were mechanically intensive MOBA aspects. It wasn't just pick up a gun and shoot. It was like Ramatra punches and stuff. But now in this format in the gameplay, because they've had to buff fucking everything so much, doing those things doesn't give you value. Sitting there shooting, like, again, I look at that fucking Reaper clip earlier. I had him pinned in a 3v1 and the Ana helped him at the end. I did everything correctly and I got no reward from it. You don't get rewarded for the FPS aspects of this game nearly as much anymore because everything is so OP. And right now the meta is kind of sitting there spamming at each other from range anyway with Sigma. It's a MOBA. There's way more counter swapping. That's more of a MOBA. So, like, yeah, there were aspects of 6v6 and Overwatch 1 that, you know, made the game more of a MOBA. And I agree. Those things all should have been nerfed. But the answer was to nerf those things. It was not to change the format of the game. Because then they just keep power creeping it again, which is the same problem they did the first time, except this time, the bumps, which were trade-offs, you're right, the bumps and hills in 6v6 became mountains in 5v5. That's just what's happened.
Which, as Gavin Winter has said on Twitch, queue times are approximately twice as good in Overwatch 2 to 1, which makes sense because tanks were always the bottleneck to creating matches. In fact, I kind of wish it was better than that, but also just removes your dependency on playing around them or them being as important to your experience. We can't move the goalpost to make 100.
The idea that the tank is not, like, the most fucking important thing in the game let me hear this again. Hold on.
Because tanks were always the bottleneck to creating matches. In fact, I kind of wish it was better than that, but also just removes your dependency on playing around them or them being as important to your experience. We can't move the goalpost to make 100 reasons why it was something else. Because, well, you know who else complained about tank synergy? I did. The entire history of the game. One of my biggest complaints of Overwatch 1 was that it felt unplayable when the enemy team had a good comp and your team didn't. And how about this for more examples? 2 of the 3 of your Overwatch team left the game, not because of tank synergy specifically, but because it turned too much into a MOBA. It was unrecognizable to the shooter game we thought we were all signing up for. Right? It's not about whether Tim did or didn't come back, or if he made the career decision, or whether it was a balance issue or not. It's that, is there players like Tim that exist that complained about tanks? Yes. A major overarching narrative over the course of Overwatch 1 was shooting at shields sucks, so they removed it. The casual players don't like getting through those abilities. Now, to critique Overwatch 2, that means a lot of that tankiness is then transferred onto the tank themselves, and they often can be difficult to take down, but I think you just gotta grind tank a while to notice that there's lots of things that take you down easily, so I don't know where this, like, unkillable tank idea even...
Well, don't worry, I'm dead anyway.
I go ahead.
I'm nanoed!
So I copy. Go low.
He didn't even get the mega! I'm nanoed and damage boosted against the Hog as Reaper, and they don't die! Get these super tanks out of the fucking game, bro!
You kill that.
I love you, Thunder. If there's more counter swapping, it means your pick is more important, making it more like a MOBA. There's less skill expression. The tanks they put in Overwatch 1 weren't really FPS tanks. I agree. Sigma, I think, is just fucking horrible for the game with all his sustain. I think if they removed Grass from the game, he would have been fucking awesome. The game would have been in a great state. They just overkitted him because Jeff Kaplan, his design philosophy at Jeff Goodman's was the worst I've ever seen in gaming. Ever. No one's worse than they were. No one. Briggs should not have been a character. They needed to go back and fix her. They refused to do it. 26 times Jeff Goodman tried. Failed. Every time. Those are the aspects of the MOBA games that made the game unfun. And in Overwatch 1, we could easily point to a specific character and say they caused this. Now, we're pointing to entire roles saying this is what's causing this. This is bad. We're talking global changes, not just one specific character. So, like, I'm sorry, these tanks are unkillable. They make mistakes and don't get punished for them. There's a clip of me shooting at a diva. She does everything wrong. I full beam her as Echo, and she still lives. So it's just like, yeah, the tanks are pretty fucking unkillable. They've gigabuffed everything, and it's a mistake. Just like they gigabuffed everything in Overwatch 1, and it was a mistake then too. That's because their design philosophy is just wrong. They don't do a good job with this. And regardless of the game, that's going to be a problem. It's just 6v6 allows for them to not do that easier than 5v5 does. And there's more decision making on the player actually making the correct decisions than the game doing it for you. And that's just a better game experience.
Comes from, except for like the most outlier examples. How's this for another example? In the earlier days of Overwatch, there was a common meme called "No aim, no brain, I'm a Winston main." People said this unironically. We know today, and almost everyone watching this video probably agrees that Winston takes a lot of skill to play. Maybe even one of the highest skill ceiling tanks and one of the best designed tanks in the history of the game. That translates to both Overwatch 1 and 2. But if you played a squishy character and wanted to play a shooter game in Overwatch 1 and you were part of the 50 million players or whatever that came out right away and thought you were going to get to play a shooter game, you learned real quick that tanks dominated the game. And all they had to do was know when to target you and when to jump on you. Listen, I loved playing these characters. I love teaching these characters.
It was very easy to kill tanks in Overwatch 1. It was very easy to kill tanks in Overwatch 1. Aside from when they made Orisa and Sigma immortal or put Brig or AoE healing in the game that was so strong that they healed the whole team, and tank resources being more finite did not matter. Balance issues.
I loved learning from the top level players and translating their knowledge to something that the average player could implement. But to say this wasn't an easier route to power than shooter kit, and to say that people didn't complain about it, the survivorship bias is heavily showing. You don't think that because you survived staying in the game this long that most people who were still playing after all of that learned to put up with it. That doesn't mean all gamers, and especially free-to-play gamers, would agree. But in any case, how many Tim examples do I need in order to prove this point to Sam? Is there any way I could do it?
No,
I think we get
talking
far
out of your
too
ass,
into
Fredo.
the weeds of how many tanks should be in the game from like a nerdy meta theory crafting point of view.
Because you're refusing to ignore that tanks are unkillable now. You're refusing to address that tanks are unkillable now. I showed you that Roadhog clip. I put a whole fucking mag into him while nanoed and damage boosted. He just walked it off. Everybody hates Malga. Everybody hates Malga. Was 6v6 perfect? No, it was not perfect. But it was better than this, which is the whole point. There is no universe that I get close quarters against a hog, outplay him by taking the mega, and he survives at base health as Reaper when I'm nanoed and damage boosted. And if you played 6v6 a single fucking time on that replay code, which I really, really hope it comes out, and people are going to sit there and say, you know, maybe these tanks aren't that oppressive. Maybe if we rein in healing, these heroes are all killable. And I can make a play on a support, I can make a play on a squishy, I can make a play on a tank. And it's about how we play rather than what we pick. That's what made the game brilliant. And I wish they could capture that in 5v5. And they could have made better decisions as well to capture that in 5v5. But they've just buffed everything over and over and over and over and over again. Regardless of the format, they've done it. It's just 5v5 forces them to do that more than 6v6 did. And that's what a format is meant to be. It's meant to be a foundation that will allow you to build a healthy game. Unfortunately, Blizzard hasn't done that in either game. To be fair to you, they haven't done that in either game. But to act like these tanks were unkillable or so oppressive that you couldn't make a play, there's only a few outlier circumstances where we could point to, and every single one of those are balance issues, not format issues.
And we're just talking about basic things. We're just talking about when you turn the corner, can you hit a shot or is there a shield in the way? Whereas far too much of how high-level players, Samito included, talk about this game, it's all about in like how the team fights resolve. The way he explains it is you can access the space easier because there's one tank out of the way, right? But the duels are harder and there's more immortality abilities and the players now have higher health in Season 9 and a long list of complaints. Many of them maybe are true, but the playability of the game to the average player is, do I turn the corner, use cover, and hit shots like a shooter game? Or do I have to have two tanks perfectly cycling their tanking abilities in front of me and I'll never get to damage the enemy at all? So I do agree that it's gone too far in the shooter direction where Hog and Maga are the top tanks. The tank exchange is extremely lacking. There's a lot of
Hog and Maga aren't even shooter tanks. They're raid bosses. They're fucking MMO RPG tanks, dude. They're MOBA tanks. They're not shooter game tanks. They don't fucking die. That's not shooter games. If it's gonna be a shooter game, things have to fucking die.
hit in the game and you get to shoot the enemy, the MOBA that's back in the game is just sort of like auto-sustain cooldowns, which needs to be addressed. But we have to start to give more accurate feedback because the devs have been spun in so many different directions. We cry about burst damage for years. Now Hanzo's gutted. We say holding a shield is boring, then we ask for the shields back. We say counter...
Who is asking for the shields back? I'm asking for tanks to be killable. I don't care if they have a shield or not. If they have a shield, they should have weak sustain behind the shield. I want heroes to have drop-offs and vulnerabilities that you can try to exploit if you play properly, whether it be by shooting them and forcing their resources or taking an angle. That's what we want. And to be honest, the devs who are paid to know the game should probably fucking know the game. Obviously, listening to feedback's important, but they just don't know the game. We didn't hate shields. We hated insane sustain behind the shields. We hated range damage behind the shields with sustain. The only shield tanks that were hated were Orisa and Sigma. Because I could kill a fucking Reinhardt. He didn't have infinite uptime or range. There were trade-offs to his kit. Vulnerabilities that existed that made the game more dynamic. But in 5v5, these tanks can't have vulnerabilities or they'll just never get picked or not be viable in any rank. Because all of the abilities making the game more like a MOBA are significantly stronger in this game. And tank health pools and abilities are all significantly stronger in this game. It is a design flaw caused by the format, which has caused many people to quit tank and make the experience miserable, which has made queue times slowly revert back towards what they were in Overwatch 1 because you're bleeding tank players again. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you have the same exact ratio of tank players queuing to DPS in Overwatch 2 with a worse gameplay loop for everybody. You haven't solved anything. And now all these casual players have to counter swap more, which they all hate. So I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I don't see it, bro. I don't see it.
Picking is weak and useless because meta comps were so strong in Overwatch 1, and now we say counterpicking sucks. And this was another interesting bit of confusion. Holding a shield is boring, then we ask for the shields back. We say counterpicking is weak and useless because meta comps were so strong in Overwatch 1, and now we say counterpicking sucks. And this was another interesting bit of confusion.
I don't think we said counterpicking was useless. I think we said that certain characters were just too OP. For me, again, my goalpost has never moved on this. I think the game should be more about how you play rather than what you pick. And the stronger abilities are, the stronger outliers are, the harder it is for that to happen. So that's just not what people complaining about heroes being too good, which they were because they never reworked broken heroes they put in the game, has nothing to do with whether or not we want counter swapping or not. I think being on a good matchup is important. I think in this game, it just rewards you way too much. That's all it is. It should be about how you play rather than what you pick.
There was a hater video made talking badly about myself and many other Overwatch creators. My great sin was that I publicly said I like counterpicking, and I think many players do. This person in question took great offense to this, calls me a shill for this. Meanwhile, it's like really hard for me to even follow his logic. People don't like counterpicking? Well, are players doing it against you? They are. Okay. So it obviously exists. Do you think they all hate it? All of them. I still see this in my comments where people use his misquote of what I said most when I actually said many. And also it seems over the years, so much of this has been retranslated to the new community we have. Counterpicking wouldn't have been a controversial word to say at the launch of Overwatch 1. Back then, counters were even harsher. It just wasn't the tanks and tank synergies that could be countered because they were overpowered. But Junkrat couldn't contest to Pharah. He had self-damage. Symmetra had no flexibility. Hanzo had no mobility. Brigitte was released a hard counter tracer. Hard counters were harder in Overwatch 1. And on top,
some of these heroes had to have their quality of life and design changed. Yes. Counterpicking, okay. There was, no. That doesn't matter now. That has nothing to do with now. That has nothing to do with now. That has nothing to do with now. I think more of the modern designs of characters, which a lot of heroes did have to get more modern designs. Absolutely, 100%. Torbjorn needed to get changed. Sim needed to get changed. There were a ton of outliers and quality of life changes they definitely needed to make to many different characters that made the game way better over time. Absolutely. That being said, just because some heroes were designed poorly does not mean that counter swapping in general is somehow okay now, because at launch there were a ton of heroes that were just not ready for the game that needed to get changed over time. That's not a point. That's not a point. That's not a point at all. No. And even then, you still saw more one-tricks being able to get high ranks on a lot of these troll characters back then than you did now. And I'm not defending the one-tricks, don't get me wrong. But the point is, the game is better when it's about how you play, not what you pick. What you pick should influence the game, but it should always lean in the favor about how you play, because your game experience is then in your control. So I get what you're trying to say here. I'm with you on the shill accusations. I thought that was a little silly, especially for people who don't really know the inner workings of all the shit that's gone on with all the shit that you challenged back in the day. But like, that's not a point about counterpicking. That doesn't make it fun now. It's nothing
Of that,
now.
if you want open queue or 6v6, you badly need flex players like me to fill in for you. Otherwise, the game turned into an unplayable apocalypse. It's very strange to me that the guy that's willing to flex is now being demonized in our community. No, we wanted you to be a one-trick like we complained about for 6 years in Overwatch 1.
And that's not what it's just, it's not... It's not that people want to blame the counter picker or the flex player. It's that it just rewards you too much for flexing. It's that you just get rewarded more for flexing than actually picking and doing the right things. So that's what it is. It's not about you're flexing because you're doing the right things and you're a flexible player and you're skillful. It's because you get rewarded at the floor because abilities are so much better in this game than the previous game that you just get rewarded for swapping way too much than actually making a good play. That makes the game brain dead, way more like a MOBA, like a fucking card game, and just not fun at all. So that's what it is. It's not even like, it's like, oh, they're on Hog. All right, my low-level player, I'm just going to go Mauga, run him down. Okay, awesome. That's just not a good game experience. It's that simple. It's not fun. It's not what made Overwatch special.
Hold on a second. No, you didn't. So anyway, the accusation's hard to even track in its own right. But on top of that, the pain points from the community has turned into vile toxicity towards the old school creators who have put the time in to grow not only just their personal platforms, but develop content for this game. Grinding deep in the salt mines of Overwatch Ranked. It's just so disrespectful. For me, before I had my life incident, I put out videos with this level of complexity that I'm releasing today all the time. And the return on investment for my time is ridiculously bad for working on this. You only do that for the love of the game. And the other creators that are popular to get called out now, take your pick of whoever you think is a shill. All of them, I remember when they had hundreds of views on Twitch, not the thousands they have today. They put their time in. And all evidence points to the devs listening on any complaint you have, no matter how silly it is. When we get a chance to talk to the devs and give feedback, they ask for more. They want it harsher. We run out of things to say. They've heard it all, trust me. Okay, back to the counterpicking point. The coup de grace to this Fredo likes counterpicking, therefore shill non-argument. I don't like hard counters. I don't like passive value. And just for a terminology check, there's only so many ways to pick a hero in Overwatch. You can one-trick it, which we used to dislike. You can get into a matchup and decide to mirror pick and try to outplay them on that. I generally dislike doing it. I just don't find that fun, even when it's objectively...
I don't like one-tricks, but I also don't like the game when it's like forcing you to swap constantly. Like, both, like, those things aren't exclusive. Like, both can be true.
The best path to victory for me. Instead, I like to counter strat because I find it more interesting. Not to have a free win.
And counter strategy is interesting, but in order for counter strategy to work, it requires player execution. There is no execution in going Mauga. It's too fucking easy to get that value because the abilities are so strong. That's the problem.
But I like textured matchups. How does it make me a shill to like the base foundation of what the game was supposed to be about since launch? Freely swapping your strategy mid-game. And by the way, I'm the guy who championed against that to begin with. When Brigitte came out in 2018, I said, okay, that's enough of the free swap stuff. Let's have hero bans so that we don't have hard counters existing in the game. If you're going to have hard counters that are that powerful of one character selecting and existing to hard mark another, or an entire playstyle or comp, then we have to have hero bans or draft to limit those strategies. Otherwise, whatever counters the most stuff will be the top meta. Guys, I talked about this for years, and now somehow people are making it seem like I am the one who asked for hard counter picks to be meta. And then you wonder why I ramble on podcasts or my emotions get the better of me. Because people are talking mad shit that doesn't make sense constantly about me. No one was for hero bans back in 2018.
I did the same thing.
I was off on an island, sort of like I am today in this video, in this series of videos. I was off on my own. No one agreed with me. Now, a good percentage of the Overwatch creators agree with me, but not back then. I'm sick and tired of being outcast by this community and not being wrong. It's enough to drive a guy crazy. Okay, regrouping a little.
You aren't wrong about hero bans. I'll give you that. I think you are completely wrong about some of this other stuff you're saying, though. Especially about, like, synergies and, like, the game being more of an FPS now and how tanks weren't killable. They were more oppressive back then. It's just not true.
A little bit now. That subject's off on an island.
Even the statistics I could pull up. Like Hog, like the health pulls alone. Like, that, by its nature, makes these heroes more oppressive. It just does.
unreasonable point of view to begin with.
But
I want to lay out
he
some
has
more
got a lot of
receipts
shit that I
for my
think is pretty
arguments.
stupid.
Sam and many of the 6v6 crowd state that nobody complained about tank synergies in Overwatch 1. What I think they really mean is, in their idealized version, the October patch that lasted a month, nobody complained about tank synergies then. But if you look through the history of the game, the enemy tanks having synergies and yours not was a major complaint.
Oh, what does
Me
that
and
mean?
SVB agree on this point. This is the one that Sam was confused about to begin with. This is a universal Overwatch problem. The major difference is when you're the solo tank, at least you get to pick the tank line you're running no matter what. You, the one player. You're not dependent on the diva matrixing you in or the Zarya knowing when to bubble you, which are things that top players did. But
yeah, except the trade-off to that now is that you have to counter swap way more. And if you choose not to, the rest of your fucking team, all 4 other players, have a significantly harder uphill battle now than we did before. Because I could kill the old fucking tanks for you if my tanks weren't on a synergistic comp. I could fucking kill them. I can't kill him now. There's no way I kill a Malga. There's no way I kill a Hog. I was nano boosted, damage boosted, point blank, outplayed a Roadhog, and still couldn't kill him on the Tank Buster DPS. So, you know, I just, you can say that, but I can give you 3 or 4 things that are worse because of it.
the average player, what this actually does is put more meat in the way in choke points, makes it much harder to make an impact in the neutral fight, and teams would poke at the choke until you get ultimates, and that's the only way team fights would resolve.
Fredo, that is literally the fucking game now. You do realize that the game, everything has so much fucking sustain now that every goddamn game is us just sitting there poking at each other on fucking SIG comps or Malga comps or whatever until somebody gets an ult. That's literally what the fucking game feels like right now. Overwatch 1 was chess, Overwatch 2 is checkers. Exactly. It's not, it lost all of its depth. It lost all of its fucking depth. It lost all of its strategy. And granted, it would be a lot better if they didn't fucking gigabuff every tank. That would help a lot. If they didn't gigabuff everything in the game, that would help a lot. But they did. And that's the reality of the format. I think there'd be a certain extent that the power creep would have to happen. That takes options away. And the low-level players who are so fucking bad, how can we cite them as an accurate gameplay experience from a design perspective when the changes that you can give them only affect the floor? Things like Reaper, things like Moira. Reaper was one of the most complained about heroes in Overwatch 1 for average ranked players. The Tank Buster, because he killed tanks too fast. And we're going to say the tanks were oppressive? What are we talking about? And I'm pretty sure if you even looked at the Olympus Pretend stats or looked at any of these strats in the old games, the difference is there was dozens of opportunities that these players could capitalize on if they made better decisions. And that's what made the game interesting. Now, those decisions don't exist. It's did you pick the right character and do you have the right abilities? That matters so much more. And that's not a better game. It's just not. It's not Pokemon.
For a lot of players and a lot of ranks on a lot of maps. Yeah, you wouldn't get
Was it
countered.
perfect? No.
Sort of nothing happened. Whereas now you can constantly move on the map, access space wherever you want, find a weakness on the enemy team, and you have a lot of agency to always do something. Whereas in the Deathball-tastic gameplay of 6v6, there was a lot of standing behind your tanks wondering if they're going to coordinate, which of course is not how the top 1% or pros played it. We made 6 years of guides breaking down how to do that, and the most hardcore players did utilize those strategies, and many of them are disgruntled now, having learned those skills that are now less relevant in the sequel. So certainly you're going to feel loss aversion for your skill set to be less relevant.
That don't exist. The skill expression doesn't exist. There's almost... There's so much less skill expression in this game now than in the old game. There's no opportunity because the stats are all so high. So how are two tanks trying to figure out how to synergize together to create an opportunity when there was opportunity to be made on every player on the map if played well? How is that better than an unkillable Malga or Hog running straight down mid now with no fucking thought whatsoever? It's not more fun. It's not better. It's just not.
Trust me, I get it completely. I'm a much lower rank in this game than I ever was in Overwatch 1. But overall, across all 3 roles, I do have much more fun with the freedom and skirmishy gameplay of the sequel. And perhaps most importantly, having a reasonable queue time for any role I want to play, always. But why am I describing this to you? For all of you that have already written angry comments below, I want you to listen to this next clip of me trying to explain the complexities of how to just walk in together through a choke in Overwatch 1, then come back and edit your comment. Because this is how guide videos had to sound for the average player for 6 years in the first game. We're going to be looking specifically at working through...
On Horizon, Fredo! Come on, man. Come on. Come on. That's bad map design. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, 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 no. This is shitty map design. No, 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 no. Come on now, man. Come on. I agree. The walking through these chokes were fucking impossible. That's because the map team dropped back-to-back bangers of Horizon Lunar Colony to Paris. I'm not letting you do that. This map's not in the game anymore for a reason. It's a map problem. It's not a player problem. It's not a format problem. This is a fucking map problem. That's ridiculous.
Health and have no shield. Just like in our previous examples on Blizzard World, this is time to just duck around the corner, be happy that the enemy tanks aren't on you, and you actually have a high ground advantage, regen your health and your shield, then go
I agree.
again.
This
Instead,
map was a
we dump you
disaster.
Right into like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
This
sources
map
of
was a
damage and die
disaster.
instantly.
100%.
Your team's struggling to keep up with you, and you wouldn't be able to survive all this damage
You
with
are
like
not
5
wrong,
healers.
Fredo.
Which is interesting because your Zarya
You're
teammate,
not
I know
wrong,
in chat,
but
kept saying
no,
that
no,
game,
no,
and
no.
got to the next
No, no,
engagement.
no.
May here is exploiting our immobility, tosses down the Blizzard, and this is the kind of thing that happens.
not even
so
watching
that
this.
Now we reset up to healer.
I'm not even watching this, bro. Not even watching that.
Imagine that was peak Overwatch content and positions, but in any case, moving slow without Lucio here just means your whole team is easily farmable. Wow, I really got a lot of mileage out of that.
You can't say that October 2020 was an outlier and then bring in Horizon Lunar Colony, man. Come on.
Podcaster for many years. Can you imagine that was peak Overwatch content in Overwatch 1? Yep, and also higher tier gameplay back in 2018. I realized we don't play 2CP anymore, so it was all about chokes walking in together, and you can kind of see what Jeff was talking about when he thought it was a good idea to make it all about holding hands doing the same thing, which meanwhile, the players in the game that we were watching don't know how to even use the characters that do counter what the enemy was doing, using speed boost or teleport to get their tanks in. That's just a great example to me of how, like, the perception versus reality of this tank gameplay, guys. The perception is everyone works together and you do cool things. The reality was no one really knew what they were doing, and a lot of tank looked like...
it wasn't even that everyone works together. Is that it was easier to create opportunities for yourself too, man, because the health pools were so much more limited. The resources were more finite. That's what it is. It's not as simple as, oh, everybody did everything together. Even if my tank was fucking trolling, there was more opportunity for me to create opportunity in the previous game because everything was weaker. It was about what I did, the shots I hit, the tanks that were killable, the supports that couldn't heal as much, where every support ability wasn't significantly better. I could get more direct value in 6v6 than I could in 5v5. And people didn't have to work together for me to do that. And you can go watch my old Hanzo montages of me taking an angle and crushing somebody. Or me playing Doomfist and crushing somebody. Me playing any DPS hero and creating opportunity. Like, look, if you like this format more, that's fine. But half the stuff you're saying is not accurate. And that's true for all players in all ranks. There was more playmaking in 6v6. There was more opportunity in 6v6. There was more decision-making in 6v6. The product offering was simply more. And ironically, it was more like a shooter game than the Overwatch 2 shooter game claim that we're all trying to say. That's just not true.
Like that. If we had that gameplay back, guys, do you really think that's better than the things you get to do on tank now? I realize there's problems with 5v5. But even with the new
quite literally, like, every fucking tank player has come out and said this. Yes. An overwhelming majority of tank players has come out and said this. Yes, Fredo. Yes. You are like you are in a massive minority claiming that 5v5 tanking is better. Yes, actually. Yes, you are.
In the game, I'm telling you that defensive stacking of tanks is very likely going to be top meta against the offensive tanks people actually like to play, because cycling 2 health pools with synergistic defenses creates space. An idea.
And so maybe if you're Blizzard, you don't design characters that can do you don't design the defensive poke tank characters to have better brawl and sustain abilities than the offensive tanks. You don't give them CC. You don't overkit the heroes. It's that fucking simple. They designed horrible heroes post-2018 and never tried to fix them. And all they would do is change the format. So yes, you actually do need to go back and solve the problematic designs that ruined the first game. That is the answer. You can only run from the problems you create for so long. And that's all this dev team has ever done, is run away from the bullshit they create. And that's why this game has never been regarded to be in good states. And there's always something else around the corner. Even when the game, because I don't want to hear, oh, well, people are always going to complain about something. People didn't complain in October of 2020. That's because they actually did a good job balancing the game and nerfing the OP heroes for the first time in their lives. They did do it. And that's not an outlier. It's not, oh, people hadn't figured out the meta. I do think you're right. Brig would have been a lot better. I did see some secret Brig players like doing really well. But the game was regarded to be great. And it was like that for a reason. The reality is Team 4, and if you really look at what they've been able to execute on, which has been nothing. They've executed on nothing over the last 6 years. Nothing. None of the big claims and promises came through. They never sat down and fixed the problematic characters. PvE never happened. That's the reality of it. So yeah, it is a dev issue. Especially when you have guys like Hawk who can come in here and fix it. So would the game have been perfect? No, I'm not saying the game would have been perfect. But when you look at what a format is supposed to do and what has been caused to change in the game from 5v5, the gameplay options are worse for everybody. You can say that you like tank more, that's fine. But you also have to acknowledge that you are in an overwhelming minority on that one.
That tanks haven't had to worry about since Overwatch 2. And with so much of the gameplay being about how to survive holding hands through a choke, there is no doubt in my mind that the freedom of movement and individual...
That's just not what tank was. Outside of the broken characters, that's just not what it was. And even when I'm playing 6v6 pugs right now and heroes like Queen, even the brawl metas are more fun. It's just not what it was.
Of Overwatch 2 is better and more accessible to the average player than that. The individual skill expression of Overwatch 2 is insane compared to that.
No, it's not.
The reality was...
No, it's not. No, it's not. There is no skill expression for a nanoed Reaper that's damage boosting, shooting a hog in close quarters that can't kill him. That's not skill expression. The hero is just overtuned. The game is just overtuned. There is less skill expression in Overwatch 2 than there was in Overwatch 1. By a large margin.
Was Overwatch 1 had much more of a punishing knowledge curve where you could be far less skilled but just know how to play Overwatch and go really far. For someone who wants to, as Jeff says, blow off steam in a video game, this meant you had to treat Overwatch 1 like a job. There was no casually taking a position and pressuring, then running in with an advantage. No. It was either you all coordinated or your entire team got blown out. That's that choke gameplay that we're looking at, and it would happen on the maps that we have today as well. The reason why I don't come down harder on immortalities from the support cast in Overwatch 2 is because there's only so much defense in the game overall. You know what was another way to become immortal? The tank abilities from Overwatch 1. The 2 tank abilities in front made...
You just didn't play the game, bro. You just didn't play the game. You just didn't play the game. Nah, like, Fredo, like, I genuinely, like, I just need to walk away for a second. I have to walk away for a second because I really don't want to let this get out of pocket. I really don't. I can't even begin to address how wrong you are when you say that. What are you talking? That's just unbelievable. You genuinely don't know what you're talking about, brother. I love you to death, but you can't tell me that you went back and researched this and then say something like that. You just can't. I love you, brother. I genuinely believe that you are a smarter person than that. That's just not true. That's just not even close to true. That's just that's unbelievable. I can't even believe that. I need a second, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to get heated and get out of pocket. I just need to walk away for a second. That's unbelievable. Listen, guys. Listen. Here's what I'm going to say. Okay? Here's what I'm going to say here. Because, look, I don't want it to get out of pocket. I can't, Fredo, I can't take you seriously when you say stuff like that. I can't. That's just so fucking wrong, man. And if you go play the 6v6 code right now, you know that's not true. You just know that's not true. This is just, I don't even know how to respond to just a complete and blatant lie. I'm just going to act like that wasn't said.
Things behind them immortal the whole time. Why is a Rhine shield and a Diva Matrix seen objectively as 100% better than a cooldown that acts in a similar way for an individual? I just kind of don't get the logic.
Because there are options in the game to pierce them and go around them and bypass them. There are no options in the game to bypass BAP Immortality Field. There are no options in the game to bypass Kiriko Suzu. And the Reinhardts and those characters up front were at risk previously compared to what they are when you're a support sitting in the back for free. And there was a massive exchange of cooldowns and a ton of brain power and strategy plus FPS execution to be more efficient, do more damage, pierce things. And I do admit the tank exchange now is non-existent and brain dead spam at each other, which is what's happening right now. But it was way more thoughtful and there were way more vulnerabilities inside that exchange in Overwatch 1 in 6v6 than there is now when it's just hog vaping and getting Suzu'd. It was way more dynamic. It was way more interesting. There was way more opportunity for every role to contribute to that. And it had way more depth and beauty to it. And 5v5 has not captured that. And it also hasn't captured more of the FPS genre either. That's the reality of what has happened. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll let him keep going.
And I'm not against Suzu getting nerfed and losing some of its attributes and all the other things that people complain about reasonably. It's just like the principle of it can't exist. I just don't get. Like Overwatch is a free and open game. The way Jeff saw it, it's closer to his vision now than it was then.
It can exist if it's balanced well. The problem is it hasn't been balanced well.
We're going to be getting more heroes on the line that are crazy and add new mechanics. It's just going to keep happening. This is the game. So limiting what the design can give us out of any of the three roles, I just think is a mistake. And if you snapshot...
Okay, well then 5v5, then that aspect of 5v5 you have to admit is a mistake. Because you don't give tanks fucking everything in the game, it's going to be really hard for them to get picked. They cannot have vulnerabilities.
Any of those comments that are made in isolation in one given meta and come back in 1 to 3 years back to that same subject, it's going to look entirely different with the extra heroes that are added to the game anyway. Dante on the podcast, for example, said that Diva doesn't function in 5v5. Now, of course, he's right in the pro context, but she's one of the higher win rate tanks for the majority of players if you look at Overbuff. So how do you square that circle? Or how about at the launch of the game, Diva and Zarya were by far the strongest tanks? Because so much of our conversation has been dominated by competitive players, and they often speak hyperbolically and say things that are obviously not going to remain true, but then keep saying it. It's very hard to have a reasonable conversation about this. Sam's the most articulate version of these guys, so I kind of use him as an example. Also, I know he's tough enough to take it as my friend, but
there's some pros that say some dumbass shit. He's not wrong, dude.
I've took an issue with how he's phrased this feedback for his whole career, pretty much, which is why it's problematic when you say things like, they can never balance tanks in 5v5, when we have no idea what they could do next. Who knows what the next thing is? Because that's not...
You're right, dude. After 2.5, 3 years of trying, this next one is going to be the one that gets it. 100%. You're right. The next one, I'm sure this next patch that they gigabuff some kind of tank and make them even tankier, which has worked so well thus far, it's gonna work. It's this time is gonna be the time where they get it right. This is okay. Newsflash, Fredo, it's because you can't solve the counter swapping problem via balance. You can't. The best thing you can do is heavily nerf the tanks and not make them stronger. But their answer, when it's we're going to make things tankier, is just going to reinforce counter swapping and being on the right pick, as it has worked continuously for the entirety of Overwatch 2. Because the problem of counter swapping is caused when you only have one hero per role allowed. It's a fundamental issue caused by the format, which is why balance can't solve it. You can attempt to mitigate it, maybe, but that is just a fundamental problem of when there's only one role allowed to be, one hero per a role allowed to be played. So you really can't solve that with balance, genuinely. So I do see what you're trying to say about like people talking extremes, but like at least for the balancing for the tank role and like getting rid of the counter swapping problem, which is just way too good. That's not a good example for that one because like that literally like you can't solve that with balance. That's caused by the format. You need to change the format to change that.
Not forget, they also said they could never balance Widowmaker and Tracer in 5v5. Well, turns out they're one of the healthier heroes after the
You know, I've got a bit of a short fuse today, so I'm just trying to. Whenever I just hear some shit like that, and I feel like I'm gonna explode, I'm just gonna stand up and take a walk around and not lose myself because I've got a lot of shit going on right now. I don't know, Fredo. I mean, I love you, brother. I've never seen like that. You just can't believe what you're saying there, man. Widowmaker for most players, but again, for high level play, she is the most overpowered DPS in the game. In that she's the old brig of DPS. In that she's got the strongest one shot in the entire game, and she can hold a whole lobby hostage like no other character. Widowmaker is one of the most unhealthy DPS in this entire game. And I get it. Most players cannot play Widowmaker. I understand that. But there's no other DPS that can hold the game hostage while going 12-12. None. So that's just Tracer also has been the most dominant DPS pick in this game. So Tracer's been the most dominant DPS pick in the game. If you look at top 10 leaderboards, it's always Tracer. There's only been one season that she hasn't been dominating the leaderboards, and that was season 7 when the poke meta was way too strong and DPS just were not viable whatsoever. And Widowmaker is the most frustrating DPS to play against in this entire game. I just genuinely don't think you're playing the same game. I'm trying to understand your point of view here. I just don't see it. So I just needed to walk away for a second, guys. I don't want to explode. It's just complete nonsense.
The great health rework, both are effective but counterable. We've got other pie products and problems now too, but this is why you can't put a post in the ground to say they can't do something, because then you're forced to move the goalpost once they change it. And your prediction was they couldn't change it, and then they did.
And they
this keeps happening.
And they haven't, Fredo, and they fucking haven't! I'm sorry! What game are you playing? I can't believe what you're saying, man. That you're not real, dude. You're not real. I love you. That's horseshit. Every game I play on these Widow maps, I can't contest her. I have to swap and go. I'm in an uphill battle constantly against Suzu, Improved Boop, Baptiste Shift, Alari Pylon, pocketing her. Like, you just don't play the game, dude. You just don't. I'm sorry. I can't. I cannot believe the amount of horseshit coming out of your mouth. I love you like a brother. There's no way you're saying that and believing it. I could pull up top 500 leaderboards right now. You'd see a shitload of Tracer. She is that good. And again, you want to talk about moving goalposts? Nobody's moved the goalposts more than Blizzard about 5v5. Nobody. Nobody has. No one, not a single fucking team has moved the goalposts more than Blizzard about 5v5. No one. Like, I'm getting one-tapped across the map from Widows I can't contest. And when my tank doesn't want to pick a tank that can actually walk down the map because he wants to do whatever he wants to do, I'm forced to do it by myself on a hero that wasn't designed to be able to cross the map by themselves. I can only play Sombra. If I didn't play Sombra, I'd have no chance to contest her unless I pick Widow myself. No chance. None. None. And with how easy it is to access immortalities, it's even harder to dive her than ever before because all the support abilities are significantly better. It's harder to play against Widow now than it ever was in Overwatch 1. Not to mention, they gutted my counter options with Hanzo, because I can maybe one-shot her as Hanzo, but he's so weak against everything else, I don't have that option. So I have to go Sombra and pray. It sucks, man. And I'm sorry for fucking losing my shit on that, but you don't play in a rank where you have to actually deal with it, dude. You're not playing the top players in the world on Widow that you can't contest, that get easily that every single Suzu is going to hit, that every pylon is going to peel, that every Lucio knows to wall ride back to. You don't play the game at that level to understand how frustrating it is. With Tracer dominating it too. Oh, we removed all hard counters from the game. We think counter swapping was a problem, so we've gotten rid of it in Overwatch 2, and that's why the battle pass is fair. Turns out that's not the case. Okay, well, actually, we like this. Just, no one's moved the goalpost more than them. So quit saying we're moving the goalposts. Our takes have been the same the whole time. Game should be about how you play, not what you pick. Gigabuff sustain and insane stats has never been good for this game. It's taken the game away from the FPS genre when stats are insanely high, which all they've done is buff stats. It's been a pretty simple take this entire damn time. And these reworks have just taken away from the experience for everybody else to the point where that clip earlier I've already played twice of me dueling a Roadhog point blank as a nano boosted, damage boosted Reaper, outplaying him at every level. He is so gigabuffed that I can't kill him in a matchup that should absolutely favor me. And I still do everything right, but the power creep got so insane that he survives. This was exactly why we said it couldn't work, because that doesn't work. Because when the game gets to the point where that kind of shit happens, the game has broken. So it didn't work. Not once. It's disappointed here in this, man.
Years. And maybe it is the case that top 500 ranked in 5v5 is often going to just be the flavor of the month tank. But the alternative system produced the flavor of the decade tank in turning Roll Q into the Reinhardt Q, because it was the only tank anyone knew how to play around for the meta ranks. So imagine that. Imagine they're trying to add new tank characters and they just sort of don't function to interest that player base because the whole game is stand behind Reinhardt. So yes, I understand that the top 1% gameplay gets hurt, but we're not going to expect top 1% gameplay to ever be fantastic.
Average ranks have been hurt just as much because of the counter swapping. So,
it's always been degenerate, bar 1 month on a patch that we barely played. Alternatively, in this system, the average player sees loads of heroes. The pick rates are all over the place, which is objectively far more diversity for the average player. Maybe too much, because one of Sam's strongest points is that if the tanks hard counter one another, because their stat numbers are so high, the outplayability window is smaller, because you have an even bigger threshold to outplay a disadvantage. This is a very good point. But that same thing did happen in Overwatch 1. You just had one poor sap feel obligated to have to pick Reinhardt or insta-lose the game. That's what actually happened, which also—
no one in low ranks has to pick Reinhardt. No one does. They all can do this thing called improve at the game or be good at any other character. There's an organic option for them as players to overcome this. You can't magically make everyone good at the game. You can't. But the game is better when it's about how they play and what they do to get value. You will never change that. You will never, ever, 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 ever change that. You cannot ever change that. Guys, he's not entirely incorrect. You can't have unique tanks without introducing counterpicking. You can't have both. No one's saying that they're exclusive. What we're saying is that counterpicking rewards you too much now than it did previously. That's the problem. And you get rewarded for counterpicking at the skill floor instead of having to do any basic form of execution. In which case, what are FPS games about? Execution. That is what the point is. No one is saying anything else. It's the freedom of choice. I saw more interesting comps and choices in 6v6 compared to 5v5. Exactly. And it's about what you pick and what you do. How you execute on your pick. Not, I'm on the right pick, therefore I have a massive advantage. That is way more irrelevant in 5v5 than it was in 6v6. For everyone in the game, not just the tank players. So now it's better when these kids pick Ryan to just be losing to Orisa at the floor or Mauga because he's way easier. I just don't fucking see it, man.
So it wasn't a good outcome. Tank lines hard rolled when they got counterpicked, just like they do in Overwatch 1. You just didn't notice it as severely because there was more vague cushion in the way. There was less skill shots. There was more team fights and less skirmishes. We haven't seen a hard counterpick more than launch Brigida against Tracer, which is what she was designed to do. Now, competitive players just sort of write off half of the new additions to the game, but they kind of miss the point that the game is about adding new crazy things. So we talk at both sides of our mouth with this. They should keep doing the crazy, wacky things they are doing, just balance it. But when they do things like that, we're somehow seemingly simultaneously furious that it doesn't enable our favorite heroes from yesteryear.
Because what was so beautiful about the old game is that you could add crazy fun things and it would be about how they played into the same rule set as everybody else with player skill expression, not override abilities that you couldn't fucking answer like Mauga. Nobody wants that. They want new ways to play the game they love. They don't want replacements to what was good previously that don't let them play what they want. Again, there is a happy medium to find, but the extremities, like these things were issues in both formats. Yes, the hills became mountains though in 5v5, and that's why it stands out more. It takes away from player agency and makes the game play for you more than you play the game. And most video game players play video games for them to play it, not for the game to play them, not to play into oppressive, insanely gigabuffed stat monsters. That's not a shooter game. That is not why anybody plays a shooter. It's just fucking worse. It's that simple. And I can just point to Mauga. I can point to some of the stuff Ramattra had to have happen where he was sitting there blocking all game. You can point to any of these examples. They're extremely egregious in the tank category. So you're right, it's trade-offs. But if this game was better, it would be pretty damn obvious by now. And unfortunately, it's not.
Interview years ago with a clip I can't find anymore, Jeff Kaplan was talking to Fran, and he sort of had like a mini rant about the meta and sort of revealed how little he cares about what the top meta is. He said, there's always going to be a meta. What the hell do you people want? Sort of like bothered that we were even demanding that he balance the game. And now that the developers are consistently tweaking everything to try to level out the pick rates and win rates.
And if they were doing that in a format that allowed for or more organic play, the disaster of Overwatch 1 never would have happened because they would have accurately, like to give this current dev team credit, they would have addressed Brigida way better than the other team did. They probably would have addressed double shield way better than the other team did. But now they're trying to balance a fucking format that has caused numerous gameplay loop issues that are unsolvable via balance. That's the problem. That's literally the issue. If this balance team and this philosophy existed in the old format, the game would have been better for way longer. There would have been less oppressive abilities. Unfortunately, the old heads of the old team did not understand what they created. They did not understand. They didn't think, like, what kind of product thinks they don't have to sit down and do the work to maintain it? That was Kaplan's view. He was wrong. This isn't 2008. It was 2018. It was a new era of gaming. And I love those guys. They have a lot of knowledge. I respect Kaplan, but he was wrong. And all you have to do to prove that he was wrong was look at the state of the game and what happened with the game under his watch. The idea that you don't care about the meta in your video game or your hero-based shooter is like not caring about the engine in an auto mechanic shop. Oh, we don't care about, what do you want? You want your car to work? Yeah, I want my fucking car to work. Thank you very much. That's why I'm in the auto shop. I want my car to work. I want my car to be good. It's like a doctor not caring about your health when you go to see them to get pediatric help or something. Yeah, I want you to take care of my damn kid. My kid's sick. Oh, well, why do you care? Because you're a fucking doctor. What do you mean, why do I care? How am I getting gaslit here?
How do they manage all these expectations simultaneously? It's only getting worse, guys. There's more heroes coming down the line. There's more wacky heroes with big over-the-top abilities down the line. Is this the game we want to be playing or not? Because that's what we got. We're never going back to simple Overwatch 1 in whatever version you thought it was supposed to be. It can never be that again. And it probably...
Well, was the game simple or was it dynamic with all these synergies? It had opportunity to make plays and a lot of dynamic ways to play the game. Overwatch 1 was not a simple game. It had a ton of skill expression and a ton of ways to express yourself and have fun. That's what made it fun. There's nothing wacky about overtuned, insanely stat-buffed abilities. It's just not fun.
Probably never was, because whatever version of Overwatch you liked, someone else hated and was demanding them to change it. What I'm most looking forward to is new games in the hero shooter genre to come out, because I think only then will we start to appreciate how much better Overwatch
Only then will Overwatch 2 be able to die, and the mistakes that have been Overwatch 2 itself will finally be apparent. I agree with you. Because when a better product offering comes out and there's actual competition for these shit devs decisions, then only then we'll be able to see the truth about 6v6 being way better than 5v5 roll lock.
2 is than Overwatch 1 for just the average player. Maybe it's worse as a high-tier, complex, competitive game, fine. But to just enjoy the mechanics freely without being as beholden to your teammates and to have a bevy of options...
Fredo, if counter-swapping is more important, you are more strung to your teammates. The heroes that you're on and playing as a team are more important. You literally, in this video, went off about how, why don't more players try to pick around their tank and help their tank? Because that's what the 5v5 format forces. If that is the case, you have less freedom to do what you want in this game than you did in the previous game. Again, you are contradicting yourself. Which one is it? You can't have both of those. Again, it can't be, well, I wish more players would pick around their tank so the experience would be better for everybody. And then, oh, but people have more freedom. No, you don't. If the answer is to constantly pick around your single tank, you don't have more freedom. Do you think roll lock is a problem? I think if 5v5 roll lock is the end result of roll lock, I do think roll lock is a problem, yes. And again, Fredo, if what you were saying was true and it was all about the high-level players, answer this. Why are there so many videos from casual, random Overwatch players on naked YouTube channels coming out, getting tens of thousands, 50,000, hundreds of thousands of views, talking about how the casual experience is not better? Why is there such a massive audience there? It's not just me. Numerous channels have popped up with all of these videos talking about how much better 6v6 was from average ranked players, and they get enormous traction on naked YouTube channels that don't upload. The demand from the casual players is there too, because they want the freedom to pick they want. They want the skill expression. They want the wacky big moments. That is what made Overwatch fun. And you got more of that with more organic playmaking in 6v6 than you do in 5v5. It's that simple.
Overwatch 2 is actually closer to the game they were attempting to design years ago, losing some of...
You mean the game that they accidentally made? The game that they clearly didn't understand? The game that they introduced heroes that broke the game constantly? When are we gonna... Why are we... You know what? I'm sick of this. Why are we acting like Team 4 is credible? I'm sorry. Maybe not current Team 4. Why are we acting like original Team 4 was credible? They've said it themselves that this game was an accident. What did they do that makes them credible? They maintained the game terribly. Anybody from the outside looking in sees this. I'm sorry. They weren't credible. Let's stop pretending that they were. Samito, 5v5 requires a higher level of execution from the individual to get value in this format. Yeah, it's harder to get value from your individual playmaking, especially against some of these gigabuff stats, than it was previously. And just because the illusion is there of the map being more open doesn't mean you actually are getting rewarded for the decisions you make, which is what makes the game a shooter. So I cannot believe you're sitting here arguing that removing all the depth out of the game was a good decision, because in this era, gamers are more hardcore than ever. Ever. And you don't have to be a top 1% player to enjoy depth of a game. Enjoy the fun stuff of the game. I don't see the vision, man. Look, Fredo, if this is the version of the game you want, enjoy watching it die, bro. Because Marvel Rivals is coming. Deadlock is coming. Everybody sees how vulnerable it is from the outside looking in. I hope you guys enjoy this version of the game. Eventually, you're going to realize it's fundamentally flawed and unfixable, and we're either going to go back to open queue or we're going to try 6v6 Rollock. I'm not sure which one will work. I hope 6v6 Rollock works, but I don't know if we ever end up going there. We both agree. There's only one way to solve this at this point, and that's to try it. There's only one way, and I can't wait for people to try it and recognize, wait a minute, this actually isn't that bad. Pretty damn fun.
Some of the worst parts about the game. You used to need to have almost perfect in-concert team play to usher your team through a choke to just have a chance at seeing a team fight. So when Sam says, yeah, you can access the space better, but the duels are harder, it's like, yeah, but we used to never see space.
That's
Like,
just
what do you
not
mean?
true.
How is that better? And the closer we get
just
to
not true at
gumming
all.
up the works of putting more tanks in the way,
That's only true in Double Shield. That's only true in Double Shield, which was a design issue.
more likely we're closer to that again. All right, guys, it's been a long one. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to leave it a like. And
Look,
don't forget to
I'm just gonna close this, man. I'm done responding to these. Fredo, you're entitled to your opinion. I think there's so many things that you're just completely wrong about, and I think a lot of people see that too. I hope you change your mind. I think we're in agreement that they just need to try it, and I can't wait for people to realize if they do it properly that things are actually more killable. You have more freedom, more skill expression, more playmaking. Less is not more. You are entitled to your opinion. I don't want anybody to send hate your way, but I just don't think we're looking at the same game, my friend, and you're entitled to think how you want. Not everybody has to see things the same way in the world. We can agree to disagree. I'm not entertaining this nonsense anymore, though. I'm done. I can't with this. It's just, I'm good. Look, guys, like, ultimately, like, I'm done arguing about it. We'll just wait for Marvel Rivals. Well, they'll just lose all their players. That's fine. Just disappointed. I just can't believe people think tanks weren't killable. I just don't believe it. Guys, I'm not even trying to be a dick. I'm trying to mentally process it, and I genuinely cannot fathom it. I'm trying to fathom this, and I can't. Goes back to playing it. There's no other option. There's no other option. Marvel's not out. Deadlock's not out. There's no other option. Oh, I actually was thinking about playing Pugs. We could play some Pugs. If this rank game goes bad, we'll do 6v6 Pugs, guys. I kind of want to play some Junker Queen. Dude, every tank was fucking killable aside from Orisa and Sigma when they Giga buffed them. They're just going to burn the bridge and have a worse game, man. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I just need to pee, bro. Give me a second. I'm just sad, bro. Like, I don't know, man. I don't want to hate on Fredo or anything. I fucking love the guy. And I can handle it. It just makes me sad to hear some of that, dude. You know? Blizzard should solve this by just giving us our format, and I'll just play that instead, man. It's all good. Just make it an arcade mode or something. I'll just play quick play all day. Like, there's nothing. I don't know. Look at Fortnite over COD. Peak of those games. Fortnite's doing well, dude. What do you mean? Fortnite's doing well. UEFN's crazy. It's just abundantly clear that it's time to move on from this game. We guess Marvel, if Marvel Rivals is smart, they need to recognize the weakness and move now. Fortnite has zero community? What? That's not true. I've decided we're gonna do 6v6 pugs after this chat. I can't play this game. Let's do 6v6 pugs. I want to play some off tank. I don't want to play Gigabuff Watch, you know.
I am always ready to learn.
Wow, and I'm an accused guys. I'm ranked fucking 20. Stop it.
Make sure you follow them.
I'm literally top 30 right now. There's a reason why my queues are longer than yours. Okay, come on now. Is Overwatch League still a thing? No, it's long gone, brother.
Follow through.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Engage in flash. Start the payload.
Finish line.
Junk Ash.
Over here.
Someone has to keep you alive.
On the move.
Yes, reporting in.
Watch out for that enemy.
Working on your ears. Taking flight.
Oh, Ash on the right. I think that boob should get buffed more.
I have a lot to think about.
Thank you for the assistance. We are outnumbered.
Don't worry, guys. This is sick. I'll get him below half health eventually. This might be like top 1 worst pylon placements I've ever seen.
Back online.
Don't worry, dude. We have a real chance of winning this game.
Taking flight.
I'm ranked 25 and nobody said a word. By the way. Besides me.
Over here! Bob! Do something! Engaging thrusters. Adaptive circuits engaged. Baptiste.
Over there. Let them on. Hostile mark.
Threat neutralized.
For that enemy.
Thanks for the upgrade.
3 point. Ace Fox coming back. Careful.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
We got that poke range tank has a big sustainability. Oh wow, the range poke tank should have died and got bailed out by an immortality ability. I wonder why things can sustain forever. Oh wow, now that he's got his immortality out, it's almost like he can use his infinite sustainability again. I wonder why Overwatch 1 broke. Oh, they saw me. My bad. And he still lost. Imagine that. Oh my god, dude. Man, you guys are fucking butt cheeks. Like, it's crazy. Like guys, like, do you see what I mean? They never changed the problem abilities in Overwatch 1. The same shit's still happening. Like, you don't hit those, bro. You're not hitting.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Junkrat. Double fire in the hole.
Watch this shot.
Capabilities max.
This is gonna be a good one.
That sequence is why Overwatch died right there. You just watched it.
Payload is advancing.
Over there.
You guys see how many fucking immos and like I had to shoot through? Still not a shooter game, man.
Enemy in sight. Advancing upward.
They still not on Widow though, to be honest. So like sick poke. This game could be way worse. Here goes Arya. I'm trolling.
I need assistance. Capabilities max.
You can't go up there yet. L'Oreal, they're gonna hear their window. They're in a bubble.
Targeting hostile. Enemy in sight. Hostile
Thanks,
spotted.
Arya. They're gonna be able to walk with this. That's just not great, sadly. That wall was bad, Lucky. Maybe they're gonna block, hold on.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Let them up.
Огонь по готовности. better than that.
I'm on fire! What else is new?
Engaging cluster. 60 seconds remaining.
Over there. That's very satisfying. Targeting hostile.
They have no ammo. They're pretty low up top. I won't take damage. You can heal her, Diva. I'm good.
Activating self-destruct
Restoring
sequence.
30
We
seconds.
need to try to clear them out top right.
Do something!
Absolutely low. No shift. He's just full health instantly. See, my damage just doesn't matter, man.
Get into the field.
Oh, wow, they... Man, it's so cool. There's Zarya counter swap my Diva. Apparently, I have more gameplay options against that one. You guys see what I'm saying about why 5v5 is worse? Like in Overwatch 1, if my Diva gets counterpicked, it's not a Zarya with 2 bubbles, right? Getting pocketed by support abilities that are even stronger. Like, my Diva got counter swapped, and there was fucking nothing I could do about it.
0. Switching sides.
My whole team's in voice, haven't said a word. You guys see what I mean? If that's Overwatch, like if my tank doesn't switch there, I just fucking lose. Like, she just can walk through my team. And I actually, like, at least in 6v6, I could kill her with a headshot when she does that. Now, my headshots do less damage. She's got more cooldowns to bail her out. Baptiste's cooldowns are all stronger. Lucio's cooldowns are all stronger. I'm not gonna lie, I really only play Diva, but I'll go Sig. Awesome.
I am always ready to learn.
So I will go Pharah to try to attempt to make that Zarya be a bit more punishable. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you see why that's worse than Overwatch 1? Like, look at their tank's damage compared to mine. Now he's a Giga Tank, and I don't have enough stats or damage to actually be able to pierce him because of fucking 5v5. It is not a better game. Just let this shit fucking die, man. It's just, it's crazy. Help us say the same, wouldn't have been the same result for you, Sam? No, because the Zarya would have less health, right?
5, 4,
Think about that. She would be 400 HP with 1 bubble in Overwatch 1 if she was on an optimal pick, making her much more vulnerable.
Enemy here!
Enemy here.
See what I mean?
Barrier is splintering.
It's easier for me to, like, outdo that. Now there's nothing I can do, man. I guess says you have to flank. Yeah. I'll make sure to flank next time. Baptist, yeah, I'm done with this game. I'm done. I'm done. It's infuriating. Baptist fucking full heals him instantly. It's crazy. Like, do you see what I mean? You see that Bap just instantly fucking full heal him? How is that okay? How the fuck is that okay?
Rest up.
Do you guys see that though? Do you see how that's broken? How that's harder for me as a DPS player? How that's more MOBA-y? Like that right there. How has Bap Shift not gotten nerfed yet? I tried to save this game, guys, but the people that's left in this community are just too fucking stupid, including the devs. They don't care. This game is gonna lose to Marvel Rivals, and I will do everything in my power to help Marvel Rivals win. That's the best thing that can happen. That matchup is just atrocious.
Over there.
Like, I had a flying Junkrat as Pharah, and like the Bap just shifts, and like he's full fucking health. I charged him too much, my bad. Okay, I barrage.
Reality bends to my will.
put you in place.
You have my thanks.
Stay alive for me.
My ultimate is charging.
I really hope they don't Giga buff supports and shit in Marble.
Out.
At least you one. Can you nano fair when they come in? Can you nano fair up top?
Do something.
Get in there.
Do you see how many cooldowns I just had to shoot through to kill a bat? Okay, we almost have grab. Dude, look at the tank gap this game, bro. It's winnable, it's winnable. They have no heals, we can win. Check one. Like, their tank has 3 times my tank's damage! How do I overcome this?
Let's show him some air power.
Dude! Oh!
I will put you in place.
I have to overcome a raid boss without a raid boss on my own.
Up and away. I don't think so. My rocket. Enemy over here. Let's redirect.
Don't worry, he's got 2 bubbles to bail himself out. I'm gonna go over the roof and try to barrage here.
Fire at will. Scatter. Justice reign.
Ash one up top.
I am outstanding.
Over there.
Yes. Hi.
Once more I tread the mortal realm.
Lock in, I'm fucking trying, man.
Fide mal suyo.
Taking off.
Alright, let's see if you can get out here. Oh, sorry, the raid boss is being sped boost at me. And we lose our fight because my core dies early. Awesome, bro. I don't think we have a fight team.
Returning to battle.
They haven't said a word all game. I'm ranked 20 right now.
Hostile mark.
I need healing. They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
Careful's alright. They can speed on you. You need to back up or come on gun.
Taking to the air.
Amplification makes me.
Anna, I'm gonna go from close right and 6. Can you nano me, Anna? Can you nano me here? Yeah, nano. No, they're gone, I guess. Go Bob. Alright. Can you nano me, Anna? Up top? Right now? Nano. Anna, can I get a nano going?
Yeah, what are you doing?
It's alright. Next game, we'll get it. It's fine. All good.
Here it comes.
They're moving the payload.
Alright. Let's start with a nano this fight, right? Yeah. Let's get a nano going. Isaac, you ready for nano, buddy? You and me.
Watch out for that enemy.
Do you have bubbles, Arya? You're gonna bubble me up top in 3, 2, 1. Nano. Yeah, just support our Anna for going. Unlucky. Maybe I shouldn't have spoke. He just wants to throw my game. All good. Good try, guys. I'm sure we'll get him next time. Isaac, look for me next game, bro. Look for me. I'm sure you can find me. I believe in you. You've got the brain, right? You got the motor functions. I am
Play of the game.
that's I was ranked 20 that game. Yeah, he's just trying to throw my game to be cute. It's cool. Fucking monkey. It's alright.
Ready for battle.
Just have a fucking chimp on Anna. It's okay.
No recovery. They're pushing the payload. Cut them off. I have you. Keep fighting.
Amplification makes me
Alchemist is ready.
let them up.
Got you.
Do something!
Stay alive, boss. Nice to be the patient for a change.
Reality bends.
Really glad my one tank was suitable for that matchup there.
I'm in.
Help me.
They're moving the payload.
Hey.
Guys, Isaac's really good. Can you guys calm down?
Ahlan.
I can't wait to see this.
I keep you up. Огонь по готовности. You're powered up. Get in there.
All right. Do we want to do one more, or do we just want to play Pugs, boys? That was a top 30 North America lobby there. Not a single person on my team said a word. Not a single person on my team said a fucking word that game. Let's do Pugs, bro. Listen, whatever, bro. What's the code again, chat? All right, hop in here, boys. I don't know, bro. Like, 5v5 is just bad. Nah, we can all play, bro. I just don't want to play 5v5 anymore. Oh no, guys, we're not on the ideal synergy. We are on Reinhardt Junker Queen. Whatever will we do? Alright, let's go, boys.
Olympus is where I say it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like, look, I just don't want to play 5v5 and do that to myself, man. You guys saw that game. It's just not worth it.
Here's my lucky hair. Ah, I'm holding it. Again. Again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Ready yourselves.
I can shout. Care charge on him. I'm gonna shout out in 2, 1. See a 1. Got knife 1. Run.
Down you go.
Great cap.
Over here.
So don't go to just now. We can walk up and kill these guys. Walk up and kill these guys now. Actually make that jump. Shouting in. Carol, eventually. Oh! Alright, come back. We play back. I have Queen ult. We're gonna start with Kitsune. Bait them. Make them wrap into us here. If they window us, I'll Kitsune too, or I'll Queen ult in, and then we just go in. Start with me over here. Here. Alright, up here. Kitsune. That was awesome. Really glad that got booped. Or that got bopped. Awesome. Oh my god. We needed to go earlier. I shouldn't have waited for my team. I have to remember I'm playing with you guys. It's a good boop. It was a good boop. I wanted to go 1 second earlier, but it's okay. Oh my god, again, bro. Why does my fucking PC do this? Well, not to min. My loop back was. For whatever reason, guys, like, does anyone know why this is? I've disabled my loop back mix and my playback stuff like many times.
The breeze brings relief.
And it just keeps auto re-enabling for some reason, and I don't know why. I think Isaac didn't hear you last game. He might not have. You can hear my mic, but you can also hear like my entire audio, so you can hear my game too. Don't try to stop that. Oh, you little newbies. You'll never learn. Go a little bit wider versus that comp. You don't want to go inside. If you guys go, you don't want to play close against Brian Cream Reaper. Things actually dying 6v6. I know. It's nice.
I'm on the point.
Got the shout. Right, come on back. Good out. Way out. Oh, well. Yeah, he got pulled in.
Time for the reckoning. That's how you bring fire to the mortal.
Yeah, we can force point.
Over here. Some lightning in it. Judgment pass. Time for the reckoning.
What is this screen lock? Why is my screen locked with Queen ult? Did that get nerfed, chat? Oh, I'm not gonna dragon.
Come on, mate. Try to keep up. Got something to kill here.
Alright, nice.
By one.
So guys, look at this. Press tab in this mode. I have 5.5k damage with 18 limbs.
Score.
If this was Overwatch, if this was 5v5, I would have maybe 4 limbs for 5.5k damage.
I do not wish to be.
You guys see how much better the game is for every hero when things are just squishier? Obviously, I'm playing you guys. These teams are pretty even. They have a couple GM players on their team. But in general, the amount of limbs you can secure. No, you're good. The amount of limbs you can secure just for way less damage in 6v6 is just so much better. That's way better for a casual player.
Capture the objective.
Nice. Let's keep it up.
Go on, dive. Walk up, stuff them. Walk up. You walk back, you die. Oh, I'm dead. Get on here. took a bad angle there. I tried to warn Hector. He didn't listen. Well, actually, dying is fun. It is. It is. It's really fun. Absolutely. Come on, you're shouting at me. Monkey one back. Look at my DPS. Look at Ana on point. Come here. Look at this. Look at this fucking dope beat. Yeah. Ah. Jeff Kaplan.
How's it going? I'm Jeff.
Much better.
Yeah, we have free shatter. Right bubble, we have free shatter. Big shatter, big shatter, big shatter.
Time for the reckoning.
I am dead. We were a little late on that shatter. You should have get stacked, man. What's up, Peen?
Beat me. Oh, hell you will.
Fast-paced and casual, just how I remembered. Yeah, it's way more chill, actually. We have Kitsune on point.
About and get over here.
Sammy without experience 6v6. It's so fun. It's really fun. It's really chill too. It's just a better game, man. It's fucking ridiculous. But okay, we can. Where's our jump? Oh. Come back to point. Come back to point. Oh, we're so dead. I need to trade. Go on with the Reaper.
Enemy here.
Oh, it's Jover. It's Jover. Chat, my unranked GM Reaper account got banned because well, it's a long story. I got silenced, chat, on my ult. Alright, we can walk up here. We have time. We walk with our tire. We tire early. Ready?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, they dope us, dog. I don't know where you're going with that. Oh my. Hector put that tire around somewhere. No, I did unrank the Jam Reaper on my Peen Sucks account, and I would type after every game TTV/PeenSlanger. Come watch my Reaper. And then I flamed some guy, got reported. And then they listed advertising as one of my silence reasons.
Mako, the records want you back. Thought you might like to know.
You check out the new Antler album?
You've heard of
Jeff
it?
Kaplan.
Yeah.
How's it going? I'm
So,
Jeff.
what'd you think?
Oh, nobody uses 15 electric.
I don't know.
like
Listen, I did flame somebody. I didn't say anything crazy though.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
The grand finale.
I'm shouting in 3, 2, 1, shouting. Stop. Ripping away, ripping away. That's gone. My team is feeding. I'm not able to make it out. no dig. Monkey jumped in. Shoot the monkey. Shoot the monkey.
Should have danced.
Meteor strike.
I don't know, you guys just gotta respect the Doom more, I guess. I'm not really sure. Maybe pick heroes that can't be dove, go like Torbjorn or Moira or something. I don't really know. My team's just kind of walking in the Doom and dying. Hector needs to live. Sir Rabin, yeah, I probably need a max Doom. Queen, like, these old build rates have to be nerfed. Like, I don't know. Go Doom for 4-0, Doom before ult, Doom. Oh, right, okay,
Time for the reckoning.
that's definitely not too good. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I can't help us win this one. We gotta get better. I'm done. We tried, boys. We tried. I tried, chat. I think their team's just a little bit better. My team just dead on cooldown. Oh, wait, I go Malga. Actually, wait, we might have a touch. Go on point. Best dig, son. You ain't killing me. Okay, my team still lost. Okay. Yeah, I think I could have been Jesus and still lost to you guys. I'm gonna be honest.
Defeat.
We tried, boys. We tried. We tried.
Play of the game.
My chat's just getting farmed by Emilio and Burger Billy tank line.
Justice approaches. Meteor strike.
Oh, so this is how we lost. This is happening to my team. That adds up.
They gotta get me on Doom.
I don't think we do. I think teams get auto mixed. Okay, they did. We can go. Why don't you play another game? Well, the laboratory.
We have 2 Doom OTP, 3 Doom OTP, and the worst one is EG.
There's no other game out there. There's no competition for Overwatch out there right now. Marvel Rivals will be, but as of right now, there's nothing out there on the market that's a game like Overwatch. Unfortunately, there's no options, but there's going to be options, and so luckily, there's going to be better games out there, which will be nice.
Go far if you want.
I'm gonna play. Oh well, I guess I'm on. Oh no, I'm on support duty. It's over.
Try play, chat.
We have actually 3 Doom OTPs.
Play Ana.
I will not.
I am not on OTP.
Broken world behind. Keep you safe.
3 Doom players.
Well, you do specialize in the Doomfist.
Yeah, no, Marvel Rivals needs to be huge, bro. It needs to be huge. I'm sorry, TF2 has died years ago, boys. Let's not cap. Let's not pretend. Oh, you're gonna play Zelda? How much Zelda have you been playing? Are you gonna stream?
Oh my god, Hog. I'm back in. Oh wow.
Maybe somebody. You guys need to back up. You shouldn't play low ground until 3.
I need shield.
Hog on left.
Alright, back up. We can get taken if we need to.
Touch now. Come here to get healed. Objective lost. Enemy in sight. Enemy fortified.
What the fuck?
Wait, did that hog just die? Wait a minute, a roadhog just died when I went.
Alright, he's down. He's down.
He made a bad decision and got punished. Huh.
I see you. Targeting hostile.
At the hog point or do maybe?
Let the kitsune guide you.
I grew tired of fighting alone.
Protecting.
I'm here. Keep
That's so weird.
Fuck.
I see one. My ultimate is charged. Enemy seen.
You're powered up. Get in there.
He's dead.
No, he's not. He's not.
On a target.
I'm fucking at you. Okay.
My fault, I couldn't play.
Fex bet a little bit there.
I go out on my terms.
Hey there.
Oh, Gary doesn't have TP at the start.
Oh wow.
Enemy in sight. Covering you.
My ultimate is almost ready.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
I see one. It's happening.
Back right.
Sleeping.
Meteor strike.
What was all there?
Healing you.
So winnable.
My soul is alight.
Being chased by
I got 4, bro. We gotta win this.
I'm not finished.
A mushroom.
Over there.
Never plug a hog OTP. It's just a set.
Even I'm mushroom, bro. What the fuck, bro?
Enemy seen.
No recovery.
I see one.
What the norm?
Enemy here.
Let
I
the
nano sand.
kitsune guide you.
Gonna nano play going.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Using the kill.
Ah! Fuck, dude, I needed that sleep.
Where are the enemies?
This is not the end.
Ran out of mouse pad space.
Straight.
Mouse pad.
I'm with you.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Over there. Over here.
Oh, my hog died.
Yeah.
We're gonna be eliminated, sleeping under 3, 2, 1.
What? It was my ult.
My team's running down mid.
Covering you.
Just get out, get out, get out.
I'm here. I have you. Keep fighting.
I can nade him 4. I missed my nade, careful.
Oh my bad.
Sophie!
Nah, that was bad. That was really bad.
What the fuck are you doing?
I thought something was gonna happen.
Yeah, you feeding.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, I gotta reload.
I see you.
Star have? Ana.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
J Det.
Engage those hostiles.
Covering you.
J Det, baby.
I literally landed on Azaria's fucking noggin when he's half. And
We Kitsune Blade. We Kitsune Blade. They have Maga now. It's actually pretty bad into our comp.
Oh, I'm dead.
Big name, huge name.
Hold on.
Genji one.
I'm swapping.
I was due for that,
Are
bro.
they playing this dog shit?
You're hugging.
Enemy in sight. I won't let you fall. The payload is approaching its destination.
Somewhere behind. Can you see behind?
Here we have.
Reloading.
Up one.
Wait, hold, no.
We did some splitting there at the end, team. Not gonna lie. Me, Kipo, do some trolling. You still not Blade, bro? What is that? 2 fights you didn't Blade, or is that?
Okay.
What the fuck are you doing?
I wouldn't be
The
laughing
first
if
one
I
I
was you, bro.
DC'd, the second one they beat.
We have it this round.
Select your hero.
I gotta pee, chat. I gotta pee.
41 is second support.
Do that one. Yeah.
Bro, I don't want to hear about Blades. I want to be on Doom. That's all I'm saying.
Alright, fuck you then.
I'm kidding, bro. Play Doom. No. Play Doom. Oh, you can't. Oh, you got it.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Things were a lot simpler when I was robbing banks with the Deadlock gang.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
That Zarya hug part was really fun.
Means nothing if you do not put it to use.
Just gotta believe, boys. You got it.
Tired of this shit. I'm holding the game hostage.
2, 1.
I'm record fast,
Attack
man.
commencing. Capture objective A.
Over there! I see one.
Engage without
Someone on left. Genji.
Now go get him.
Burger Billy sleeping.
Next time say please.
Join me at the objective. Glory sparing up.
Tank Doom is, in my opinion. I think Tank Doom's fine, man. I think he's fine.
Over there.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
I see one.
You're gonna have to send this down.
Yo, wait, my susu?
You just feeding, bro.
Bro, I literally susu. It was in front of my eyes.
Burger Billy sap. Oh my fucking team. Holy shit.
On me.
Let's kick this off.
You just have the best player in the world on your team.
You won?
That's true. I don't know. I lose that.
On the right.
Yeah, you do.
Doom.
I got
Oh,
Burger
wow.
Billy on height.
Over there. Hostile here.
I'm not finished.
You run away from the gas. Oh.
That must sting.
I got my one.
Winners stay on the payload.
I won't give in.
I see one. Over there.
You have a pylon. They're trying to push.
Hold on.
I have fun.
You're powered out. Get in there. Eyes on a target.
No one can hide from my sight.
I needed that.
I just have a shot. Alright. Might be time
Oh my
to
God,
get
fucking-
Dopey off fucking Widow.
Oh, fine.
He goes Pharaoh. Alright, group up. Like, listen, you guys have to play off my sleeves. The farther you run away from your Ana, the more you're trolling.
I am the queen. Hey there.
Very, very high again.
There's a hog on height. Do we kill his hog on?
My payload.
Yeah.
Alright, just place out.
Pylon though.
Hog behind. Hog sitting behind. Right here. Turn around. Turn around. 3, 2.
Lucio, Lucio.
Push one, push in.
What's your one?
Lucio one. Lucio one.
Pylon.
They're all low, please, one.
Lucio one again. Height.
Literally one.
There we go. I
They're
got
still
card.
up.
You guys push up.
Hog
It was still on.
on left.
You can peek your Ana
It
main
was
for
still
healing.
low. Game is half.
Lori.
Oh. I'm backing a little bit.
Doom on card.
Try to bait them card. Try to bait them card. Sleep.
Incoming.
Just live.
One hard.
You're alone.
You're powered up. Get
You are
in.
lucky I'm on your team.
You're well.
No, I think you should just.
I
like,
think
do
you
your
just
job,
trolled.
know?
I think you just trolled.
Doom.
There's a hog behind.
I think if I don't make int plays, this team doesn't really do anything. I think that's more.
I think you group up. Hog behind. Hog behind.
Don't worry, you just have to swap bar.
You guys are trolls, bro. Hog on me. Hog on me up top.
This guy tried to hook him. But yeah, no, there's no point.
Over there.
Keep fighting. Let the Kitsune guide you. Let's take him to the white flag.
Meteor strike.
I keep you up. Come over here.
That pylon is a
Genji right side. Or left side.
Oh my god, poor Genji.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's not gonna have fun.
pylon down.
Lori half.
Oh my god.
I could not kill that.
Oh my god.
You're getting a good position for the barrage, bro.
I know. I'm waiting. They swapped.
He get in already.
Yeah, hit him.
So I'm 99.
You're powered up. Get incoming.
Winnable.
I just lose that.
I'm with you.
Dofi is not him.
I'm grateful.
Dofi is not him.
J Money, bro.
Oh
got
my god,
sniped.
sorry. Didn't look back.
Pylon stopped.
This is not the end.
Over there.
I understand.
Don't fret. I see you.
Lucio.
Hug no hug.
Big dies.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Hug no hug.
On card. Let's see how low.
Hush now.
Oh.
Good, just on card, touch card. Sorry.
We got more time. We're good.
Oh.
3-3. Switching sides.
You watch One Piece? I've watched One Piece. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while though. I don't remember when the last time I watched One Piece was. I caught up at the end of Wano and I have not watched after that. That's been what my shit's been.
I wonder if Hanzo's any good.
He can one shot.
Bring out the Hanzo next game.
Now the thing is, if you hit it.
All right.
Don't worry, I played Hanzo in 2017. Great.
Is that a bow and arrow?
I'm feeling a little sick, man.
Are firearms not to your taste?
They make killing too simple.
I low-key missed 6v6. I mean, I just missed 6v6, bro. Shit was fire.
Greetings to Asa Sensei.
You can say hi yourself.
6v6 will always be peak Overwatch, bro.
Not as quick as I used to be, but I'm still the fastest gun in the
Yeah, I've seen up to the end of Wano.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Decide where I want to put my pylon.
Objective A.
Our enemies approach.
Diva.
Take everything from them.
Both tanks on high ground.
Over there.
Hard behind.
I'm going in. I am not going to watch you die.
30 seconds.
I need help.
Hanzo half, man. I just sold her now, man.
They're all behind.
You're on the point.
Diva.
Hard high ground.
Hog on me.
Jeff Kaplan. Oh, you're running the worst way you could be. You guys gonna anchor my pylon on their side.
Shit. Didn't see it.
My little newbie team not knowing how to rotate. Oh my goodness.
All I'm saying is I was last alive with you.
You ran away from my pylon too, buddy.
Hey, I got the mega. I let the other people get the pylon.
That's true. Okay, force Suzu and I have Ariel.
Hog is coming inside.
Enemy here.
I'm almost dead.
Meteors, I see one.
Well, what's new, bro?
Hog's still behind.
We know. I'm behind. Help me, bro!
Oh, why is he still there?
No cart. Oh no, I know you guys aren't. Oh no, you guys are they see
Don't
that.
worry. My aura just gets him off the cart. Don't you guys worry about that
What's my
one.
team doing?
Dude, I just walk at him and they'll get off the cart. Don't worry
Chat,
about it.
you guys as a collective are just really fucking bad. You know? How are you guys gonna die to Burger Billy on the flank and then C9? I don't see the vision, chat. I don't see the vision. I don't see the vision here, boys.
I will not leave a broken world behind. So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch? Isn't that what you want?
Yo, how's that Doflamingo profile looking like?
Never should
Ugly as hell, bro. Oh my god. Yo. Dopey.
Wait. That's gotta be racist.
Dopey, bro. Oh my god, dude. Oh. J Money, dude. Oh my god, he's J Platinum, chat.
4, 3.
J Money is not beating the Placcusation.
You don't see that? You said you play Gorilla and your heart stuff. Gotta be racist.
Commence combat operation.
Challenger.
I've got you.
60 seconds remaining.
Enemy here.
Over here.
Sure.
Where's Hog? Burger Billy's gonna be behind us, surely, right?
Most likely. Left side. Oh, wait, on left.
Walk in here. Come kill him.
Okay, Sam.
Here you have.
3, 2, 1, Hog. Hey guys, see this hog I stuff and naded over here that you guys are walking? Look at my fucking front line. Look at you dumb fucks. Like, what am I gonna do with you guys?
I tried to help you.
My tanks.
Contesting high ground so we don't get fucking going.
I never will TP you ever again. Ever. Left up.
Emilio, like, support's not for you, bro.
Ever. No. Ever.
Now my front line
I mean,
control.
you think like the smallest hitbox character with the wall climb? I think you
Nah,
can get out of
you stun's positioning is looking like fucking like get quicked on right now. Like I don't know. What I'm
I'm in there, dude.
No.
Where's my TP, bro?
There was that. That was a big push.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh my god! I'm gonna.
That's not a thing.
Nah, my tanks are trolling.
I see one.
Yeah, I see least
Why
deaths.
did he friend request me? I'm denying this.
Least deaths, most damage. I don't know if it's all Dib here.
You guys are losing to Burger Billy Hog.
Oh, you're losing to Burger Billy Dog.
I slept him and killed him, and I'd say, hey guys, come kill this guy. Look at right, my front line are both crit on right side.
I'm doing everything. That's all I'm saying. I mean, like, you have this on your front line and you're complaining? I don't know.
I watched where you were going. I had a bird's eye view.
My bad.
I had a bird's eye view, baby. All right, we got to get fucking MC in here. Who do we sub out? He wouldn't come
What's
in.
your friend request?
All right, we'll put
I
Spixie
did
in.
not mean to type that.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
All I'm saying is I did not mean to type that.
yo, reporting
What
Venom.
did you type?
Bro.
I promise, chat.
I didn't. I was talking to someone in Discord and I said
How
that.
do you talk to someone in Discord and friend request Doflamingo? What?
Not friend request you, cuh. I'm talking about what I typed. I was talking to someone in Discord. I said my
He's such a liar, bro.
I said my gorilla.
That was wrong that twice.
Not bro. Oh, never mind, cuh. I'm playing Doom.
Why do you
Good
keep
luck.
saying cuh? What are you doing?
I always say cuh.
He's a white boy.
Fucking
So are you, Sam?
I'm Lebanese.
Nah, this guy's Middle Eastern.
Close enough.
Why I'm halfway.
Have the streamer name on.
Never quite learned to keep them
Turn it
off.
off, good.
Streamer mode on for friends. Too.
Yo,
What the
listen.
fuck?
Yeah.
MC, if you go positive this game, I'll take off streamer
Oh
mode.
hell no! Hell no!
Okay. Right, I'll play the easy hero. Okay.
I should be able to be.
Yo, chat, if MC goes positive, I'll put on streamer mode.
No lie, MC Anna might be more.
Oh, wait, it's Reaper Friday. I need to run it down in ranked.
Bro, you
Okay.
do.
Should I get on the Peen Sucks account?
Lock.
Sam,
Yeah,
you
I
lock
got Reaper.
that.
I got Reaper. Don't worry about it.
Sam, all you got after stream, hop in the cord later. I'm playing Reaper all day. What the fuck? Why are they on right and Zara on?
There's a Reaper behind, top.
Wait.
Wait, what?
Samito. Wait, is it Emilio?
Yes, Amelia's kind of nasty. I won't lie. Where is my Sim? That's.
I'm inside.
Where's my burger belly?
Spawn. Go back to spawn now. Go back. What is this at doing? Yo! Keone's goddamn attack 0. Whatever happened to that guy?
Bro, Zim, your ass does not say a single word last game, but now you speak. I need it.
I have no heal. GG.
Okay, so my Samito is just.
I have MC and fucking attack 0 as my backline this game.
This time. Good luck, gang. Not gonna lie.
Hey, peek.
Bro, I'm carrying.
What do you mean PQ? Are you still in their spawn? Or are you in the normal spawn?
Nah, I'm back.
Go on high ground.
I'm on high.
Might be good.
Reaper TPI.
You're good. You're good.
Wait,
Bro, my Emilio.
I just got rag.
My kick, man.
Racer 1.
Racer.
What, Emilio, what are you?
What am I watching? What am
Yeah, anyhow. Sprixie! I'm getting harassed, man.
Kill zone.
Can't even get past the front line, bro. I'm dying.
Wait,
My team's trolling.
Okay, we're losing to a Doom 1 trick on Zarya. Wait a minute.
Incoming. There is still much I must do. You can't.
Fuck you.
Kills are everywhere.
I'm getting. Oh. Okay. Okay, why does Sam have 3 there? What is going on here?
Oh, I have 1.
I don't have 3 deaths. Why don't I just fucking kill their whole team while you fucking shitters were feeding?
Wait, yeah, you have 8. What is going on?
I have more limbs than all of you combined!
You have 100 damage. How the fuck do you have 100
Bro,
damage?
I'm sitting here trying to kill
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Pete has more fucking damage on fucking Kiriko than that.
Pete Lari's more.
Oh, don't call.
I'm just kidding, bro. We kill this right.
Thank you, Gunny.
Come on, Reaper. Oh, I made a mistake.
As expected, MC is negative.
Ryan's gonna shatter.
Okay, I see.
80 damage. How'd you do 80
Bro, I'm
damage?
just. I'm on.
Tracer.
It's 2 kunai.
That's too good.
Don't worry about it. Bro, don't worry about it. You're 4K healing.
Possibly dead. Kill Ryan. Knock down.
I got my first win. Let's go, gang. Can win, team.
Kill Zarya.
Push cart.
Come on, kill this.
Oh,
Fuck, we're not on card. What the hell?
I just
Yeah,
him
you're
out.
Oh, I'm dead. Nice.
Is this actually Sprixie or is that Bacon? Oh.
Don't worry, I got you, man.
We got it.
No.
Care bugger about
We run right.
Bro. I'm dead.
Do him on Mega.
Nice,
Do him on
nice.
Mega.
One back up. What? Oh.
Fucking Emilio.
First he swapped the Hondo. He wants the smoke, man. You gotta clear him.
I'm dead.
What? How the fuck is this pump stronger than mine?
Why are we stopped?
I have a fucking team this game, bro.
I'll find them.
No, I know where you're gonna be before you go there, by the way.
There's a Reaper doing some dumb shit up here. Oh, it's me.
You stun.
Heal.
Bro. Yeah, you stun.
There's a hog in there. Yeah, these dragon nerf, like that's just a net nerf of dragon.
He just lives through.
Yeah, he did.
He literally just vaped right.
The flame of my soul.
Are we kitsenate this game?
Yeah, we have.
Wait, no, we started
We
at the
did.
beginning.
Yeah, walk up. Let's do some old team on card.
You can't hide.
Reaper one. Reaper one behind you, Hog. Reaper one behind you. Kitsenate man.
Holy sh!
Dude, that's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Go.
I got the hell accountable for that too.
What's the one I
I
want?
just can't.
Winnable. Look at that little small fucking PV Kitsune on point.
Bro, it's blocked by car. GG.
Nah, bro.
The Billy Roddy special. Put that shit in the
Bro.
He think
Okay.
ass Kiri. He think ass Kiri.
Bro.
Dude, Duffy, you are 5 and 4 in 66, bro. How are you 5 and 4 in 66, bro?
I'm literally TPing and then getting forced TPing.
He's one. Oh, you fell.
Yo, MC, there's this ability that called TP Suzu that you can do, like before the fight.
Okay. I can have to get my home.
Slash
Don't worry
TP,
about
slash
that.
TP.
There's no one else fighting.
What do you mean? My house is hooves.
Bro!
Yeah, get this kid off me.
Reaper.
Suck.
Where is he? Find him.
I got. What? How?
Oh, I'm dead to Hanzo on top. Duffy, how did you die
Oh, yeah,
immediately?
that's it too.
Bro, you are 6 and 5 in 66.
It was Hanzo.
Okay. Fuck that team.
I've literally gotten one shot by the
Friday is
Hanzo
not
3
up
times.
now.
3
How
times.
is my team just perma dead?
Bro,
Also, I don't have 7 deaths, so I'm not talking.
Bro, attack zero
There's
has
in you,
more
buddy.
damage than you.
Yo,
That's OP.
dude.
Reaper's OP.
Dude. Yo, my team is trolling. Chaz, is my green screen fucked now, or is it okay?
The line gang, this might be an IRP angle.
Bro, fuck off.
I'll make the bash.
Oh no. Wait, no, that's not. Yeah.
RP3, Hong Kong.
You will get 0 lamps. Just a fair warning.
Oh, fuck off.
The outcome was never in doubt.
Imagine like half the team just gets one shot. I still get blamed. Can't wait.
Oh, it is that side. Okay, I troll.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, hold on.
Jack just sent me his Willis account. He goes, too lazy to switch accounts.
For what?
Attackers incoming.
This, I'm guessing. He just sends me Willis and goes, too lazy to swap accounts.
Yo, I'm gonna be.
Under one. Under. Oh,
Scanning.
Yeah, why is my fucking Bastion flanking?
But I had it, I didn't.
You'll be safe in here.
Come back.
It's so weird looking at Hanzo and seeing the hero be a threat. I know.
I
right?
know. I keep dying to him. I don't know.
Well, you're just bad.
Rixie turned on the cheats. I don't know.
You're getting shit on by Sprixie on Hanzo.
We all are. What do you mean? We all are. He's 18
No,
and 4.
don't be. It's just you, bro.
I haven't died to him. I haven't died to him. You shitters are feeding him lambs.
Wait, there's a Reaper. Bro, this guy comes out of nowhere.
Dude, my Ana has
Did that one, did that one.
damage
Oh,
per
shit, that
minute.
one.
What is my Ani G doing? I got touched.
Bro, I've also got one team heals over there, right?
Nah,
Okay.
Reaper's actually dead silent.
Dude, you guys are getting shit
Bro,
on.
Emilio. Emilio.
It's Emilio Reaper.
I know Amelia Reaper is not shitting on my team. Oh my god. Oh no, he had the angle. Ball's one behind.
Hey.
Hanzo's playable. What is the sorcery?
Weird, that guy just.
Chat, maybe I'm the problem. I haven't won a game.
Time I will be shot.
Can you invite Jack's dumbass? I don't know how.
This ball just tried to spawn kill me, bro. I don't know.
Well, sleeping on me.
But you telling me my Ana hit a cooldown? Doom knockdown.
Reaper drop. Reaper drop.
Dolphy is out here dying to die his fate!
Bro, I'm trying to heal everybody. Crit, everybody crit. I can't do anymore.
How are you playing one of the most overkitted heroes in the game and dying to dragon?
because my freaking dumbass Zarya is forcing me to. Man, I can't.
Dude, like.
Zarya is forcing me to goddamn do dumb shit, bro. Like, I can't.
Area cleared. Area cleared.
Also, what was that Reaper all?
He just solo ulted Sam.
Delay the payload's advancement.
Taking flight.
Scanning.
Look out!
Where am I getting shot at by?
I could window.
I'm just one of them.
Meteor strike.
Are you serious? All in on me, he dies.
Oh, Hanzo high. Oh no.
Wait, I can.
Reaper 1! Reaper 1!
I cannot kill him. I am from HD.
Nah, I guess I'm the problem.
What?
I can't win a game.
Okay.
You guys just troll on my
Okay.
team. It's insane.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
Okay.
Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
It just has to be me. I don't know who else it could
Listen,
be.
like I'm trying to keep your streamer on as expected. MC is negative.
Right, but I ain't the only one here going negative.
Dofi, how you played DPS most of this game and you are negative?
It was Reaper.
Right.
Who's benched?
You know what? Maybe it's me, Sam. My fault. I take full responsibility for that game.
Dofi's just the woat.
Don't worry.
All right, then. Test me.
Feeling more powerful?
Why is my Doomfist one trick on Wrecking Ball?
Bro, why is this kid on Mercy?
You see my skin? She'd be so mad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is that the one that she doesn't have?
Round 1. Capture the
Mila's on Ryan, Care. Actually, it's probably Jack. Care, Willis, Ryan.
Checking in. Healing stream connected.
Monkey one, monkey one.
Time to go, look.
I'm balling out.
I am on the objective. Report now. I'm afraid they're taking our point.
Wow, I'm so good at Mercy.
No.
Oh, who the fuck is that?
On our team, that's Sam.
No, Potato Feed.
It's like an MC. You can tell by the deaths for 10.
Okay, wait, why are we in the ferry?
Wait, I'm actually just like...
Heroes never die.
I'm as Mercy go.
Dude, my ball doesn't commit with me. I'm on the back line.
Ping me, ball, ping me.
I got stuck. Have you ever played ball in your life? If I look at the wild team, that's now. Area cleared. She cut.
Meteor strike.
Does that passive move? It has this global regen passive on, but that's it. I'm actually like better at Mercy than Payne is. That's kind of funny. You pick your Mercy main.
Is that like Bogey Bear? This is Bogey.
Okay. Where's my team, bro? Where's my team? You know, I'm good at Mercy, I'm telling you.
I must return to my post. Checking in. Need some assistance? I'm at the height of my performance.
Look at my movement. Oh my.
New one.
But this is Dofi back here. Like, this kid's not a threat.
Just ignore him. He's not gonna kill anything.
Heroes never die.
No, like he actually isn't.
I need my dive tanks to dive with me.
Oh, I'm in there.
Just go in.
They have no honor.
I need my Mercy to stop taking healing from me. I need my trees.
Wait, we win this. I win this, Sam. I win this.
Adobe cleared.
My skills are still needed.
Oh, I have fucking flight. Why are you gripping, you dumb fuck?
I was feeling lonely.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not. You have a fucking 20-second cooldown.
It's okay, we're gonna win the fight.
Life protects life.
My team's trolling.
Unless you have it.
You can't lose. We have mine. Fire somehow gonna kill people. Alright.
Let me tend to that.
There's one.
Nah, my team's showing.
I got dodge.
Best round.
Bro, can I get my Doom one trick on his one trick and not Wrecking Ball?
Bro, I can't pick him.
Score 0-1.
Dofi's 8-2.
Block it.
Another day, another battle.
No mistakes. No mercy.
Billy, have you lost all day?
Sam, you check out and hear that?
I won first game. I won blue.
Peen, call me a heal bot.
Lost one.
Let us proceed with haste.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. Reporting in.
Like Sam's problem. Yeah, you guys fucking grief on my team.
Let's get you all. Immortales de field deployed.
My Doom should like walk the ground, I think.
Over here. Over here. You are completely healed.
Dofi, you ain't a threat, dog.
Who won?
Missionary.
Get into the field.
You guys gotta stop just running straight down mid.
Enemy here.
Positioning healing pyro.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
I'm dead.
Oh, he ate it.
And she's
That could have gone better.
Doom is a tank. It's tank fist. It's tank fist.
You are completely healed.
Nice, big kill.
Thanks for the help.
Peek me, peek.
Immortales de field deployed.
101, top right.
Burger Billy is taking metro levels of damage right now.
They're only shooting me, bro.
I'm dead. I'm dead to J-Cell. I'm dead to J-Cell.
Bro, we have 3 ults. We're not using any.
Oh, we should have won the fight. You guys took so much damage.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Because you guys troll. You guys just troll on my team. It's crazy. You can't convince me. I'm having my viewer games thrown.
I'm doing the most I can.
Light them up.
Nah, I refuse to believe that you guys try on my team. Yeah, there's
1 HP. Bro, I have a Genji!
Bro, Burger Billy has 9 deaths. Burger Billy has 9 deaths.
Bro, you were on full! You were on, I was on double dice.
Nah, you guys just throw my viewer games. Try hard on other teams, throw on my team. GG.
I guess you're getting cooked by Emilio.
Dude, he's the Doom Goat. I don't know what you want me to do.
I'm higher, sorry. What? Oh, hell. Oh,
I got 2.
Yeah, it's just me and you, Zen. Don't worry. We can't lose. I'm dead.
Unless you do that. Unless you do the only thing that can lose us the fight and go straight to fucking bed, you moron!
What is that? I fucking hate
My team is showing!
Bro, you have 11 deaths.
Nah, we win this.
Look at my team!
Look at the map on the right. He's one. Map on the right. He's one. Oh, you're in the trap.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Wait, there's one, but we have a choke.
Touch.
Don't worry, Burger Billy will do something.
What's up?
Nah, just kidding.
You guys are so fucking bad.
I saw the vision, but
you guys are disappointed. Just put me on the other team. I guarantee I'm
Dude.
Bro, your Doom got gapped last
Look at my
game,
team.
Don't start.
I was 24-3. How the fuck do you mean I'm
A Buggy Bear in.
You lost.
Your ass every life.
You lost.
Did you see my supports?
Did you lose or did you lose?
I had Doflamingo MC as my support. MC had 1,000 damage in fucking 15 minutes. Of course I'm gonna lose.
Alright, who's been playing a lot? Okay. Oh my god, there's so many people in here. Double P, we'll get Double P in. These teams are these teams balanced? No, I'm taking Willis.
Wait.
we're not losing this. We can't lose this.
I'm over here now?
Willis!
I don't think these teams are balanced.
This is Tommy the dog. Spam it, Sam.
Bro, Sam's lost like 4 games in a row.
Yeah, because I have you dumb fucks trolling on my team every game.
Exactly, so you need all the help you can.
Willis is here. Willis is here.
We're gonna get a win this game.
I didn't know J Money was an embarrassment to the Doflamingo Nan. That's so real.
The formula escapes me.
That's so real. Because you guys try hard on the other team and troll on my team.
Shoot remote on our team, maybe. I don't know.
I got Junker on Junker.
Wait, more buff.
Bro got inspired by my play.
I've never used this skin.
Foggy Bear, care.
I bear my burdens. As best
I think this wins for Tommy.
Hello.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Oh shoot! What time do I need to go?
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just streaming. I just tell me yes right now or not. I can get ready on my clock.
Go.
Did you?
This is my last
Where
one.
are my supports?
Trouble? Nah, I just have to be at my grandma's house in 30 minutes.
Guys, we gotta win. I can't lose it. I can't lose the bogey. This is my dog. We gotta do it for my dog. We gotta lock in.
Hello there.
There's the one. Even one, and a one.
What?
Ow.
Grandma's house pretty close. Yo, can you, Porcupine, like, that's like the second, like, sus message you've sent. Can you just
My
shut the
left
fuck
click
up, bro?
Isn't releasing. That's like a Logitech thing, right?
Like, it's not funny, dog. Like, it's my grandma's 90th birthday, man. Like, why do you, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm just gonna start insta-banning people who are weird. Like, it's not funny, man. It's really not. Like, nobody wants that. I made it pretty fucking clear, and you just choose to act like that. Get the fuck out of my stream, bro.
What is that melody?
It's really annoying. I'm just sick of kids like that in my chat, bro.
Why? I don't have shield.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm on fire.
Talk about my family like that, bro. You and me are not like that. Apologize right now, and I won't ban you. Got 5. So you have probably 10 seconds, bro.
An enemy appears.
No back, no back, no back.
A threat emerges.
Alright. Mods, get him out. Don't come back. You son, you are bad. Bro, I didn't think it was that serious. Bro, like, I'm like, what part of like, what's so hard about? I'm sorry. I'll let it slide, bro. I'll let it slide this time. But what's so hard about I'm sorry in that situation, man? Really?
I see one.
Keep my family out your mouth like that, bro.
Let's get them.
I'm sorry, it ain't hard, dude. I hate it when people do that. It is that serious, bro. I got a lot going on in my personal life right now. So yeah, to answer your question, it is that serious. You're good, bro. You're good. But don't do that shit again, please. I see you in chat all the time, so I'll let it slide this time. Bro. Yeah, this guy needs to get on Doom.
Meteor strike. Enemy here.
No, it's just like, man, like, I get it, guys. I get it. It's just, I got a lot going on, man. I don't want to see that kind of shit when I'm talking about my fucking grandma.
Help me, please.
Justice. Nerf this.
Ew.
It's cool, bro. It's cool.
No cons, no cons.
I'm ready.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
That's a generous punch. That is generous. That is generous. That's just that fucking SA ping.
Regret that.
Wait, Pokebear Diva on their team. Wait a minute.
Meteor strike.
Dopey, where?
That's a clean takedown.
Wait a minute. I got dueled by a tank and we were both low HP and I killed him?
3-1, 3-1.
I'm with you. 10 seconds.
Dragon consume you. Incoming. Using the
Struck sequence.
Making the call, making the call.
Come get.
Score 0-1. Switching sides.
Yeah, sorry if I'm extra snappy, guys. I just got a lot going on right now.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
It's a tough time at home currently. A lot of shit going on. Okay. I will finish this one strong, boys.
From above.
Remind me to visit mi abuelita while I'm in Mexico. I gotta show her pictures from my last dig.
All goes well. Me too, bro. Me too.
Let's hear that fight. I need a healing.
Here you go, brother, for all of Doffy deaths.
Thanks for the 20 ridiculous sheep. I appreciate it, man. This mode way better? Yeah, it's way more fun.
I need a healing.
Wish you the best, homie.
Yo, I appreciate it.
That's my line. It sounds better when I say it.
I think I'm a little sick, too.
They need to do like a One Piece thing. Imagine a Kaido's getting on Doom.
No, you're good, bro. You're
crazy.
good. I just a lot going on, bro.
Oh, there's a Kefri.
Nah, for Dune, they should give him like the third, no, it's a 4 for Kage. I'll play the.
It'd be hard too.
Enemy turret ahead.
That's winner. I have 2 on me.
Establishing the aerial position.
All aboard the payload.
You aren't watching this.
This guy can't even see me, bro. Bogey bear, bogey bear.
Look very low, look very low. Nice. Go for Burger Belly, go for Burger Belly, go for Burger Belly.
I found him.
Burger Belly, top left.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I found him.
Vesuvius. This is nothing.
I'm bringing to him, bringing to him.
Ahead. I see a hostile.
Got the payload.
Go down. I'm playing Tracer right now.
The all top, the all top.
Yeah, I'm diving.
Almost back up the way.
Bogey bear. Quick down. It's 2v1. Oh my god.
I feel this in my bones.
Yo, Dopey is ass. Dopey is ass, bro. He's mine! Kill Dopey!
Where's
He's up top.
Kill him, he needs to die, he needs to go down.
All systems nominal. Taking off.
We gotta get Dopey, boys. These rockets are way slower, holy shit.
Moving the payload.
Oh, we're about to win.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Got you.
How many times did Dopey die? Only 9, bro. Wait, make Dopey go negative, or even at least. Don't cap. Kill Dopey.
Yummy.
It's confirmed.
Make the call.
Over here.
Sam, don't leave me. I'm gonna get on the widow.
I don't think so.
No! Bogey Bear got me, bro. Alright, Dopey didn't get the kill. Dopey did not get the kill.
Greetings.
Make Gianna stand still. Make Gianna stand still. Gianna stand still.
away. Enemy over here.
I got it. I just inted at her, dude. Oh my god.
I won 3 back kills this game. Let's go. Ooh, the way I be lava.
Messy, but we got it done. Taking off.
Dopey.
I see an enemy.
Don Quixote,
Repulsion. Plotting out the good side.
Dopey's positive this game, bro. Alright, that's my last one. GG's, guys.
GG's.
Alright, boys. I gotta go. Fuck, what a day, dude. Alright. I'm a little sick, too, which kind of sucks. Alright, we'll see.